franchise. Hide the planet! Hide the planet!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs, it's me, the Shy Hat, and we're here to do HackerFrogs After School. We've got 3 different topics that we're going to be covering today, as per usual, and they're going to be separated out into 1 hour long blocks. Well, the first 2 are 1 hour long, and the last one is going to be a 2 hour long block where we're going to be challenging some cybersecurity challenges we've never seen before. Well, what are we going to be doing first? Well, the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing some Linux education over at overthewire.org. They've got their Bandit CTF game, and it teaches you how to use the Linux terminal. And we're going to be going through how to do those challenges. It's going to be a little demonstration, and I'll try to explain what is going on along the way. So that's going to be the first hour of today's stream, and in the second hour of today's stream, we're going to be going over to PicoCTF, which is easily one of my favorite cybersecurity education platforms, and we're going to be doing some forensics challenges. So this is going to be digital forensics, and we're going to be doing challenges from the PicoCTF 2025 event. So it was about a month ago that this event happened, and we're going to be going over the challenges that I was able to complete. I didn't finish them all, but I got pretty well into the forensics ones over here. There were 6 challenges in total. I was able to solve about 4 of them, and we're going to be going over those challenges today. So if you're interested in the defensive side of cybersecurity and about how to look into different forensics artifacts, then that's going to be educational for you. So that's going to be in the second hour of today's stream. And in the third hour of today's stream, we're going to go back to our Docker Labs Linux hacking challenges over here. And we're going over this, this website over here. It's called Docker Labs. And this is a website where you can download vulnerable Docker containers and deploy them to your own machine. And we've been working through a few of these easy level machines, and the one that we're going to be going over today is called Showtime. So if you want to check this out yourself, then you can I'll give you the link where you can download the Docker container. It's going to be over here, but that's going to be in the third and fourth hours of today's stream. But let's get on with our content for the first hour. All right, everybody. So this is Bandit. And Bandit, as you, if you've been here on other Mondays, we've been working through this this CTF lab called Bandit from Over the Wire, and we've also been doing some little write-ups as we complete the challenges. So if you want to take a look at what the write-ups look like, you can access them from this link over here. This is my GitHub, and we've been recording everything. Remember, in cybersecurity, if you didn't document it, then it didn't happen. So we're documenting all of our successes, and well, I guess we don't really document our failures. They're just on the stream for everybody to see. Anyways, we're going to be starting with level number 10 over here, and we're probably we're going to try to make it up to level 14 today. And with each one of these levels, there's also a goals web page over here that we can look at, and that's going to tell us what we're supposed to do for each one of these levels. So this is the link for that part of the website. And let's go ahead and start. We're going to be accessing, actually, you know what? Just so we're doing something that that everybody can use, we're going to be using the JS Linux virtual machine to access the Bandit CTF. So if you have a web browser, and if you're watching me, you're probably using a web browser, you can go ahead and access this version of Linux over here. It's a web accessible version of Linux, and it's also internet accessible, so you are able to log on to the Bandit game through this interface over here. So how would you do that? So you would do SSH and then supply the username, which is the level number that we want to access. In this case, it's going to be Bandit 10. So SSH space Bandit 10, and then we use the @ symbol here to indicate that we want to access a certain server. That's going to be bandit.labs.overthewire.org, and we have to supply a port number. In this case, the port number is 2220. And if you're interested, you can go ahead and access the Bellard.js Linux link over there. And I guess I have to do it from this side. I don't know why I'm grabbing everything in this case. Anyways, I'll just type in the chat. SSH bandit 10 at bandit.labs.overthewire.org, port 2220. Hopefully I didn't make any spelling mistakes. This is the command that you would use. So okay, so with any of these challenges over here, we also need to get the password. So in the walkthrough, we've also supplied some passwords. So this is level number 10. And let me go ahead and get that password. So if you're looking for the password yourself, I'll just include this in the chat so we can all use it. All right. So with each one of these levels, I also need to do a little YouTube intro and YouTube outro, because I'm eventually going to be turning all of these segments over here in the live stream into YouTube videos. So here I go. All right, everybody, we're doing a guided walkthrough of the Bandit 10 level from the Bandit Labs over at overthewire.org. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this SSH command over here to log into the level. And then it's going to ask us for, it's going to say temporary failure in name resolution. That's all right. When we're using the JS Linux machine, sometimes we have a little bit of a spotty internet connection. But let me just check whether or not this is the correct SSH command that we need to use. So let me go back to Bandit level 0. Okay, bandit.labs.overthewire.org on port 2220. This should be the right one. Okay, let me, hold on. I need to go back to where I was previously. So if for some reason it does say temporary failure in name resolution, keep trying. Eventually you're going to be able to get through. Or at least I hope so. Bandit 10 at bandit.labs.overthewire.org, port 2220. Okay, so it's not working on the JS Linux right now. So what we're going to do is instead we're just going to use our Linux terminal over here. So the Linux terminal, let's just go to this one over here, and it's going to be SSH bandit 10 at bandit.labs.overthewire.org, port 2220. Okay, so it works over here. And you know what? I'm going to give it one last try. I'm going to copy this command because I know this one works. And we're going to go over to the JS Linux and try it one more time. Okay, so JS Linux doesn't seem to be working right now. All right. So it asks for the password. Remember, we need to keep track of our own passwords for the Bandit games, and we've got the password for Bandit 10 all loaded into our clipboard. We're just going to right click and we're going to paste the selection, and then we're going to hit enter to get access to the level. Okay. I don't know why it was so difficult. Anyways, we're in now, and we're in Bandit level 10. And what are we supposed to be doing in Bandit level 10? We've got this data.txt file over here, and we can go ahead and take a look at the level goals over at this link over here. Bandit level 10 to Bandit level 11. It says that the level goal is the password for the next level is stored in the file data.txt, which contains base 64 encoded data. So base 64 encoded data, what is that? Let's go ahead and take a look over at our explanation file. The explanation file is going to be over here. Okay. So this is Bandit level 10. Let's scroll, actually, let's page over. So we've got Bandit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8, 9, and this is Bandit 10. Okay, so in Bandit level 10, we're talking about the base 64 command. The base 64 command encodes and decodes data according to the base 64 system. It is often used to convert data for transmission across computer networks. So the reason why they called this base 64 is because there are 64 different characters inside of this this system. So you can see that the different symbols that are being used are the capital letters, the lowercase letters, numbers, and a couple of special characters, most notably the plus sign and the slash, the forward slash. So the characters used in base 64 encoding are shown here. Note that all base 64 encoded strings must consist of a number of characters that is divisible by 4. In the cases where an encoded string is not divisible by 4, the encoding process will pad out the string with equal symbols until the string is divisible by 4. So you see here that the number of characters in this string without the equal symbol is not divisible by 4. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there's 11 characters here, which is not divisible by 4. So they add a number of equal signs until it is divisible by 4. So we need one equal sign to equal 12, which is a number divisible by 4. So the way we use the base 64 command is as follows. So first of all, we've got the command itself, base 64, and then the decode switch, which is -d for decode. And then the last thing we need to supply with the base 64 command is the file to be operated upon, in which this case is data.txt. So let's go back to the terminal here. We've got data.txt, and if we were to read it normally, we see this long string over here. So the reason why we can identify this as a base 64 encoded string is because the string consists of uppercase and lowercase letters, numbers, and we can see that there is a number of equal signs at the end over here. So the equal signs are a pretty good indication that this might be a base 64 encoded string, because there are not too many other encoding systems that use these equal signs at the end of these strings. So let's go ahead and use the base 64 command to decode the string. So it's base 64-d, and then the name of the file, data.txt. We execute the command, and it says here the password is this password right over here. So that's how we get the password for the next level. So we have to record this. And before we finish out the level, let's go ahead and talk about what we did in this level by doing a little after action report over at GitHub over here. And where are we? Here. Okay, so the username, bandit10, the password was this. The method of solve, we needed to use the base64 program to decode the contents of the data.txt file. And we've got the command we used over here. All right, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 10 level from the Bandit CTF game over at overthewire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so we're not stopping. It's just that every time I finish one of these walkthroughs, I have to say HackerFrogs out. I have to say like and subscribe, all that good YouTube stuff. I hope everybody understands. All right, so let's move on to the next level then. And the next level is going to be level number 11. So in level number 11, we've got this password here. Let me check to see if JS Linux is working yet. So let's try Bandit 11. Okay, still not working, huh? Let me try reloading the JS Linux machine to see if it works. You would be really surprised how many of these technical problems are solved by just turning the thing off and turning it back on again. But let's try SSH bandit 11 at bandit.labs.overthewire.org 2220. Okay, now it works. Amazing. Okay, so it says, "Are you want to?" Oh, anyways, let's get out of here and let's do our YouTube intro. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 11 level from the Overthewire.org game, and let's go ahead and start. All right, everybody. So the first thing we need to do is we need to log into the level. So to log into the level, we're going to be using this command over here. SSH bandit11 at bandit.labs.overthewire.org -p2220. So we give this command, and then it's going to say, are we sure you want to continue connecting? The answer is always yes. Hit enter, and then you're going to need to supply the password. So the password, we're going to paste it in, and then we're going to hit enter. And we're now logged in. All right, so what are we doing in this level? So in this level, in this directory, we've got a data.txt file. So we're going to find out what exactly we need to do to finish this level over at the Overthewire goals page. So we're going from level 11 to level 12. Okay, and in Bandit level 11 to level 12, the level goal here says the password for the next level is stored in the data.txt file, where all of the lowercase a to z and uppercase a to z letters have been rotated by 13 positions. So they're talking about letters being rotated by 13 positions, and let's see what it actually looks like. So if we go back to our terminal, we're going to take a look at the data over here. And it looks like we've got some sort of encryption or encoding that's happening in this string. And the type of encoding or encryption that we're talking about, let's go ahead and talk about what kind of transformation has been done over here. So in Bandit level 11, we're talking about the ROT13 cipher. So the data.txt file contents are an encrypted message, and in the encryption method is called ROT13. They actually tell us that in the description over here. So lowercase and uppercase letters have been rotated by 13 positions. So the ROT13 cipher is a simple substitution cipher where the encryption method is to shift each plaintext letter by 13 positions in the alphabet to form the ciphertext. So if we have this little chart over here, it's quite easy to understand what transformations are being done. So for example, if you want to if you want to encrypt a message using ROT13 and you've got the letter A becomes the letter N. And if you have the letter N, that would become the letter A. And if you have the letter M, it would become the letter Z, and the letter Z would become the letter M, and so on and so forth over here. So what we can do, okay, so let's do a little more explanation. So if we use this cipher to encrypt the plain text HackerFrogs, the resulting ciphertext would be this over here. So we use the we can use this chart over here to perform the operations, or we can just shift each one of these letters by 13 positions to get the ciphertext. So this is called plain text, and then after the cipher has been applied, this is called the ciphertext. So to decrypt the ciphertext, we would do the exact same operation, shifting each ciphertext letter by 13 places in the alphabet. So to solve this level, we're going to be using the Linux tr command. There are a few different ways we can solve this, but since we're working inside of Linux, we'll try to keep on working inside of Linux. And the Linux tr command can be used to transform specified characters into other specified characters, and it can be used to simulate the ROT13 decryption. So this is the command we're going to be using over here. Let me go ahead and get that from my GitHub over here, and I'll just copy this, and we're going to paste it into here. Okay, so what exactly is this command doing? So first of all, we read the data.txt file, and then we supply a pipe. So remember that the pipe is going to provide whatever is the output of the first command, and it's going to provide it as the input for the second command. So we're using the tr command, and we're specifying that all capital letters A to Z and all lowercase letters A to Z are going to be mapped to capital N to capital Z, and then capital A to capital M, and then lowercase n to lowercase z is going to be mapped to uppercase A to uppercase M. All right, GroudXT, hello, nice to see you here. We're just doing our lesson on Overthewire Bandit, but nice to see you here, and have a hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Welcome to the stream. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this command over here. So if we run the command, then all of the letters are shifted by 13 positions, and we get this message here. The password is this. So let's go ahead and copy this. That's yeah, okay. One thing that we have to remember is that numbers are not affected. So if there are any numbers inside the ROT13 message, the numbers are going to remain exactly the same. But anyways, Kevin Johnson says, hi, happy hacking. Hello, Kevin Johnson, nice to see you here. And why don't we give you a Nyan cat. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we got the password by using the tr command over here. So if for some reason we suspect something is ROT13 encoded, we can actually copy it, and then we can use a bunch of different web solutions. So we can go over to Google, we can look for something like ROT13, and then we can go to this website, for example, and we can just paste in whatever we want in here, and it's going to do the ROT13 encryption or decryption. Remember, because ROT13 is a symmetrical cipher, the encryption and decryption operations are exactly the same, but we can actually get the password for this level by using a web app as well. All right, so before we finish, let's do a little recap over at GitHub over here. So what did we do? So the username is bandit11, the password is this, and the method of solve here is use the tr command to emulate ROT13 decryption, and we've got our command over here. Let's see. GradXT says CyberChef has a ton of ciphers and encodings. That is absolutely correct. And Ronan says the numbers are still the same. Yeah, right. When we do Rot 13, it doesn't affect numbers. So all the numbers are going to be exactly the same. And GradXT referenced CyberChef. So there's a website out there called cyberchef.io. And to anybody who doesn't know about it, it is this right here. And on CyberChef, you can do all sorts of encryptions and transformations for different pieces of data. You can go ahead and select any of these transformations here, and then drag it into this window. And whatever is in the input window here, well, let's give this a go. So if we've got, where's my JS Linux? It's here. Okay, so if we've got this, we copy it, then we go to CyberChef, and then paste this into the input, and we suspect that this is this is Rot 13. We can actually search for the Rot 13 method over here, and then we can click and drag this into here, and this will apply the transformation. And in the transformation, we'll see that we get the exact same result, and that's great. Let's see. So Devan S. Gouda says, "Hello, the shy Matt." No, it's not the shy Matt. It's the shy hat. Thank you, but thank you very much, Devan S. Gouda. Have a hack the planet. Thank you very much to Ronan for redeeming the bully bird. It's one bird bullying another. And welcome to the stream. The Shy Matt is the cousin. Yeah, my cousin, the Shy Matt, of course. I am the Shy Hat. All right, so before we finish, let's go ahead and talk about it over here. So use the tr command to emulate Rot 13 decryption. We've got our command over here, and that's how we got the password to the next level. All right, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 11 level from the Bandit CTF game over at overthewire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. All right, so we're gonna have ads coming up on Twitch in just a little bit. While the ads run on Twitch, we're not going to proceed, but we're going to be taking a little break, taking a little water break, and we're also going to be adding a little, running a little ad on YouTube. So I hope everybody's enjoying these guided walkthroughs so far. We've got a couple more to go, and then we'll be finishing up with these for the day. Ronan says, "Hi, hey guys, hello, Ronan. Nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream." Okay, we got ads running on YouTube, so we'll do one on Twitch's. Sorry, ads on Twitch. We'll do one on YouTube as well, and we'll also play a little bird video. So these little bird videos, this is bird feeder footage that I've taken from my own bird feeder here, and I hope you all enjoy it. But while we're taking our little 1-minute break, I'm going to be taking a little water break. Going to be having a little sip of water. Just a second. So if you're looking for more advanced Bandit Linux stuff, it's probably going to be appearing in the next few levels. The next level in particular is there's going to be a level where you have to do a lot of unzipping stuff, and unzipping and then unzipping the results of the unzip. It's not going to be very fun, but we've got to teach it because it's part of the game. But to anybody who's wondering, these are Stellar's jays, and they're my favorite bird. They have such great personalities. All right, so let's go ahead and get back to the hacking action. Go over and let's do Bandit level 12. Ah, okay. This is the level in question. All right, everybody. This is a guided walkthrough for Bandit level 12 from overthewire.org, and this is a CTF lab game where you can learn Linux skills. Let us begin. So we use the SSH command to log into Bandit level 12. We need to supply the password. We can just paste that in. And then after we get access to the level, we're going to see that there's a data.txt file in here. So what is going on in this level? Let's go ahead and take a look at the level description. So this is level 12 to level 13. And it says the password for the next level is stored in the file data.txt, which is a hex dump of a file that has been repeatedly compressed. For this level, it may be useful to create a directory under the temp directory in which you can work. Use the makedir command with a hard-to-guess directory file name, or better, use the command maketemp-d, then copy the data file using cp and rename it using the mv command. Read the man pages. Okay, so we're going to be talking about how exactly to do this, and we're going to be talking about these hex dump files that the level references. So first of all, let's go over to the console here, and in the console we've got data.txt. If we read data.txt, we're going to see that we're going to see a lot of information like this. So this is what is called a hex dump file. And let's see, Geek Researcher says, hi Geek Researcher, nice to see you here. And why don't you have a hack the planet? Welcome to the stream.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in the...
So the way you can recognize what a hex dump file looks like is that you've got a bunch of hexadecimal characters over here, as well as an address. So we've got 0, 0, 10, 20, 30, 40, and we've got a bunch of hexadecimal characters. If the hexadecimal characters correspond to ASCII characters, you'll actually see them in this column over here. But what are these hex dump files? Let's talk about this for a little bit. So this is Bandit level 12, and in this level we're talking about the xxd command. So in Linux, the xxd program is used to both create hex dump files as well as convert those hex dump files back into their original formats. So hex dump files, let's see, hex dump files are basically files that that are turned into their hexadecimal equivalents, and it's kind of a transformation of the file contents into hexadecimal format. And the reason why you do this is for analysis purposes. So to analyze what is usually like a binary program, like an executable program or a picture file or something else with a bunch of binary data. And this is a way to do it. First, turn it into a human readable format. And hex dump files are also very useful for transmitting binary files across networks, because it's never a good idea to transfer raw binary files across networks because they've got a bunch of weird binary bytes in them, which could interfere with whatever program is being used to transmit them around. Anyways, what we're going to do is we're going to use the xxd program to turn the hex dump back into its original format. But before we do that, we have to create an environment where we can work. So back over here, we're going to see that we can't actually write anything to this directory here. We can't write to this directory, we can only read from it, and that means we need to create a temporary directory where we can work. So we can do that with the following command. So makedir, and then we're going to make this one in the temporary directory. We're going to make a directory in the temporary directory. And what are we going to name this? We're going to name this quadruple dot, and then we're going to call it Bandit 12 let's just call it quadruple.bandit12 and then your username. So maybe in my case it would be the Shy Hat, just like this. So this is going to create a directory inside the temp directory here, and we're going to have to move this data directory into that directory in order to work with it, because we have write permissions inside the temp directory, but not here. So to move that data.txt file over there, this is the command we're going to do. So we're just going to do copy data.txt, and we're going to move it into /temp/quadruple.bandit12 the Shy Hat. Whoops. And we're going to call it data.txt again. So if you're wondering what command this is, I hope I can copy this. Okay, I can copy this. So this is what the command looks like. So the next thing we need to do is we need to move into that directory. So we're going to move into temp quadruple.bandit12 the Shy Hat. And once we're here, we see that we've got the data.txt file. So in order to do a reversal on the hex dump operation, we're going to do this command, xxd and then -r. So the -r means reverse. We're going to redirect the output of that command into a file called simply data. We're just going to call it data. So let's run that command. When we run the command, after it's done, it's taken a while. I wonder I wonder what's taking so long. Let's go ahead and give the ls command. For some reason the server is acting kind of slow. Ronan asks, reversing what? So this so the data. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that's a good question, because I forgot to put the name of the file. The reason why it doesn't work was because I didn't specify the name of the file. Let's see. GroutXT says, is there a reason the challenge requires you to have a hard to guess directory name in TMP? Would the challenge delete it otherwise? So I think they're just trying to prevent other people from coming across other people's files. That's why they're asking everybody to do a hard to guess directory name. Because if you take a look at the contents of the TMP directory, we actually can't see inside of the TMP directory. We have access to it, but we can't take a look. So it's a shared resource problem. That's correct. So the Bandit server is being shared with all the other players on the server. So okay, so let's do this again, and let's do this properly. So xxd reverse on data.txt, and then we're going to redirect it into a file called data, like this. So I forgot this part last time, and then that was a really big problem. Okay, so we run the command, and that's going to get us this data file over here. So the data file, we can run the file command on the data file, and we're going to find out what is inside of the data file. So it says here that the data is gzip compress data and was called data2.bin. So we're talking about compressed files in this level of Bandit. Let's talk about what that means. So in Bandit level 12, we're also talking about compressed files. So in computing, compression is often used to reduce the size of files, either to reduce the amount of storage space for those files or to transmit them across networks. So there's one reason why you're often going to download a file and the file will be compressed. One reason is because they don't want the file to be so big, because storage space can be an issue, especially in the olden days when storage space was very hard to come by. And also, zip files they're able to be moved across networks more easily than raw binary files, which are not as accommodating sometimes. But for many different reasons, we use compression. So depending on the method of compression, different programs need to be used to decompress the files and get access to the original contents. So if we try to use the proper programs, but the file doesn't have the correct file extension, then we might have some problems. In addition, many programs will not decompress a file unless it has a specific file extension. So we're going to be talking about this, and oh boy, is it going to be annoying. Okay, let's to solve this level, this is what we have to do. So it says here that this was a gzip compressed data file, and for gzip we need to rename the file with the extension gz. So we would rename the file with the mv command. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Uber Doucher. Thank you very much for the follow. You are now a HackerFrog. Why don't you have a hack the planet? Hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so we're going to use the mv command, mv data into mvdata.gz. So we have to give the file the gz file extension. After that, we can use the gunzip program to decompress the file. So gunzip data.gz. After that, we're going to see another data file over here. But what is in this file? So file data. Now it says it's a bzip2 compressed data file. So to do bzip2 decompression, we need to rename this file into, let's see, we're going to have to rename the data file into data.bz2, like this. So data.bz2, after we do that, we can give this command. So bzip d for decompress, and then data.bz2. Let's see, bzip, oh, it's, okay, it's supposed to be bzip2. There you go. Okay, so after we do that, we're going to see another data file in here. It's just a matryoshka doll of different, it's a nesting doll of different data files. So we run file on this data file as well. Now it says it is a gzip compressed data, which means we need to give it the gzip extension again. So mv data.gz, and then we run gunzip rather, on data.gz. And we see now that there is another data file in here, file data. Now it is a tar archive. So tar archives, we need to rename them into tar .tar files. So mv data.tar, and then we need to run tar uf for uncompress and f for file name, I think. And then it's going to be data.tar. Okay, after we do that, we now see there's a data.tar file in here. There's another data.tar file in here. Hold on, did I do that correctly? Let me take a look at my little cheat sheet. So this is Bandit 12. Okay, geez. XF. Oh, it's XF. It's not. Okay. So I did that that command incorrectly. So the command is supposed to be tar xf. Okay, tar xf data.tar. And now we've got a data5.bin file in here. So we run file on data5.bin. And we see this is another tar file. So we need to rename this file as well. mv data5.bin to data5.tar. After we do that, we can run the tar command again. And this time it'll be on data5.tar. Okay, and now we've got a data6.bin in here. Okay, let me clear the screen. Let's do file on data6.bin. So it says it's bzip2 compressed data, and that means we're going to have to rename this file to data6.bz, bz2. Whoops. Okay, so we're going to have to rename data6.bin to data6.bz2. And after we do that, we can do bzip2-d for decompress on data6.bz2. And then after that, we've got data6. So we do file on data6. This is another tar, another tar archive. So let's go ahead and rename it. So data6.tar. Whoops. Data6. Oh man, I'm going too fast. So data6 is renamed to data6.tar. And then after we do that, we decompress it with the tar command. Yeah, okay, so tar xf data6.tar. And now we've got data8.bin. We need to use the file command to figure out what is in here. So this is gzip compressed data. So let's go ahead and rename this file. So data8.bin becomes data8.gz. And then we gunzip data8.gz. And now we've got data8 over here. So what is in data8? Okay, so it says this is ASCII text, which means this is the end. This is the end of the nesting dolls. So let's go ahead and use cat on data8, and we get the password for the next level. So you're going to see this kind of challenge a lot inside of you're going to see this kind of challenge a lot inside of CTF challenges that deal with Linux, and they're a big pain in the butt every time. So let's see. GredXT says, is binwalk installed? There are options -m and -e to extract known file types recursively. Extract known file types recursively. You know what? We can go ahead and try. We can go ahead and try that. But thank you very much for letting me know. I've heard of this before, but let's try this out after I finish out the walkthrough. Just a second. All right, so everybody, let's before we finish the level, let's talk about what we need to do on this level. So the username was bandit12. The password was this. The method of solve was reverse the hex dump file with the XXD program, and then we moved our file into here. And then we did a lot of different decompression stuff, and then we finally got access to the password file. All right, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 12 level from overthewire.org, the Bandit CTF game. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so GredXT, let's go ahead and see if we can use your method. And first, actually, the first thing we need to do is we need to figure out if binwalk is installed on here. So, okay, so binwalk is not installed on the machine, but if you wanted to, you could actually download the file to your local machine. And you know what? I think I can do that. So data.txt, let's see. I think I can just copy the contents of data.txt. So for example, if I wanted to, so I'm just going to grab this. Whoops. Grab all of this, copy it. And then we can go over to our Linux terminal here. Data.txt. Paste it all in. Write this out. And hopefully I copied it all correctly. So we can do xxd-r data.txt and output that to data. Okay. It just says data. Did I copy that correctly? Maybe what I should do is I should hold on. I'm gonna try moving it. How much time do we have? We got 10 minutes left. Okay. Hold on. So data.txt, so xxd r data.txt and output that to data. File data. Okay, so let's go ahead and cat data and then base64 encode it. And we've got our base64 encoded version of the file. I'm just going to copy this. Then we're going to copy it onto here. We're going to echo out this stuff, and then we're going to pipe it into xxd-r, redirect it to data. Wait, no. We're going to echo out all this stuff, and then we're going to pipe it into base64 decode, and then pipe into xxd. And it just says it's data. That's a bit. Okay, let's give it what was it originally? It was gz file, right? So let's move data to data.gz. It just says it's data. Is there something? I wonder what went wrong with the file transfer. Can I do gunzip data.gz? Not in gzip format. Something went wrong with the when I moved the file over. I think not everything was clipboarded. So this starts with h4. This starts with h4, ends in that. What is that command? Oh, you know what? I think the problem might be that there's a bunch of line breaks and stuff because of the way that the clipboard works. But let me try one more method. So this method is going to involve using scopy. Cyberchef to the rescue again. No. I'm going to do scopy, and we're going to do bandit. What was it? Bandit. What level of bandit is this? This is bandit 12. Bandit 12. Bandit.labs.overthewire.org, and we're going to copy it from home bandit 12. It's called data.txt, and copy it in the current directory. Okay, so it's going to ask us for the password for bandit 12. Let me grab that. Bandit 12. Paste in the password. Okay, that's going to download the data.txt file. Let's remove this. XXD. Okay. All right, so this is it. So GroutXT recommended, what was it? Binwalk, right? Binwalk-m on data. Let's see what happens. So it says here that target file is temp data, and then got the file and it moved it into the data directory? No. What happened there? ME, okay. Let's try it again with ME, see if it, oh, extract, right. E for extract. Okay, so it said temp data9.bin. it looks like it did do recursive extraction. Let's move into that directory. Whoops, that's not a directory. This is. Okay, so we've got data.bin, data9. Whoops. File data9.bin. This is ASCII text. Okay, so it was able to do everything recursively. That's awesome. I'm gonna have to remember this for the next time I come across one of these recursive challenges with the zip files. Thank you very much for suggesting that, GroutXT. So I think you should be able to, yeah, you get the same password. That's awesome. Bandit. That's a great username. And welcome to the chat. Binwalk is nice. Any program that makes this recursion stuff less difficult is Bandit. Oh, it's just Bandit. Okay, great. Okay, we're gonna do one more Bandit level, and then we're going to call it a day. Okay, so let's see. The next level is going to be Bandit level 13. And what are we doing? Oh, okay. We're talking about some SSH private keys. Let me just copy the password. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 13 level from Overthewire.org and the Bandit Labs. This is a Linux CTF lab. So the first thing we need to do is we need to log in. It's going to ask us for the password. So we're just going to paste it in. And then we have access to the level. Oh, darn. I clicked on that thing again. So, that's, it's going to take a little bit of time to log back in. Okay, so SSH bandit 13 at bandit.labs.overthewire.org -p2220. Okay, it's going to ask us if you want to continue connecting. The answer is yes. And then we're going to paste in the password. Okay, so everybody, there's ads running on Twitch. So when ads run on Twitch, we also put an ad on YouTube, and then we put on our great bird videos. How about these? How about these birds? Actually, wait. Okay, let's do some different birds. How about these birds? All right, so we're going to also take a little water break. I'll be back in a minute. Just need to have a little bit of water. Just a sec, everybody, and enjoy the birds. So this is bird feeder footage from my bird feeder in my backyard, and most of the time it is sparrows who come and visit the bird feeder. I don't mind feeding all the birds. Some people think that we shouldn't feed sparrows because they're an invasive species in North America, but they are entertaining birds sometimes. Anyways, let's put the birds away. And let's continue on with this level. So what's going on here? So we've got this sshkey.private file over here, and if we run the file command on this file, it's going to say that it is a PEM-RSA private key. So what are we talking about? Let's go ahead and go over to the Bandit goals, and we're doing level 13 to level 14 in this case. And it says the password for the next level is stored in etc bandit_pass/bandit14 and can only be read by the user bandit14. For this level, you don't get the next password, but you get a private SSH key that can be used to log into the next level. So note that localhost is a host name that refers to the machine that you are working on. Okay, so what are these private SSH keys? So in Bandit 13, we're talking about SSH private keys. SSH private keys are an alternative method of login via the SSH program. So in order to use an SSH private key, it must have the correct file permissions. Specifically, the file must not have global or group permissions of any kind. So when we set up these SSH private keys, we have to make sure that there are no permissions for any global users or any group users when we're working with them. Otherwise, the SSH program is going to reject that key. So what are we going to be doing over here? So let me grab a little command here. So we're going to, first of all, we're going to copy this file over to our own machine. So we're going to use the secure copy command to do that. And secure copy is it is a very useful tool for moving files around. Unfortunately, the syntax can be a little tricky sometimes. But anyways, let's go ahead and first of all, we can exit from this level here first, and then we can download the file to our local host. Paste in this command here. So scopy and then capital P, provide the port number. In this case, it's 2220. The username that we need to use to access the file, which is bandit13 at bandit.labs.overthewire.org. Then we need to supply a colon, and then the file that we want to access. In this case, it's /home/bandit13 SSH key private, and then the file directory where we want to copy it to. So the dot indicates that we're going to be copying it to our current directory. So we run the command. It's going to ask us for the password. So it asks us for the password. Let's go get the password. So the password is here. Then we're going to paste in the password. Hit enter. And that's going to download the file. So you'll see after that's done that we now have the sshkey.private file in here. And in order to use it, we need to adjust the file permissions. So right now the file permissions are, there's a group file permission in here for read. We need to get rid of that. So this command right here, chmod, is going to change the file permissions. And we want to change it to something like 600. And 600 means that we've got full permissions for the file owner, but no permissions for either the group or for global permissions. And we're going to specify this for sshkey.private. And then we can use the key to log in. So we're going to use the ssh command, but this time it's going to be for bandit14 instead of bandit13. And we're also going to specify the key file with this argument here, -i, and sshkey.private. So this is what the command is going to look like. ssh -i sshkey.private, and then the rest of the ssh command is the same, but we're accessing bandit level 14. So bandit14 at bandit.labs.overthewire.org -p2220. So let's go ahead and run that command. So when we run the command, it's going to log us in as bandit14, and it's not going to ask for a password because we've already supplied credentials in the form of the private key file. So we're now level 14. So we can go ahead and read the password for the Bandit 14 user. So this is the location. So in here it says the password for the next level is stored in etc. Bandit pass Bandit 14. So we're just going to copy this. Then we're going to go here and we're just going to hit cat and then paste in the file location. And this is the password for the next level. Okay, so before we finish up, let's talk about what we did in this level over at GitHub. All right, so the this was Bandit 13, so the username was Bandit 13. Password was this. The method of solve in this case was use the SSH private key to log into the next level. So we downloaded the file by using scopy over here with this command. And then we set the private key to the correct file permissions, which is 600. And then we logged in as the Bandit 14 user with this command right here. And then finally, we read the password file for Bandit 14. And that's how we finished the level. All right, so everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for Bandit level 13 from the Bandit CTF labs over at overthewire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. All right, so we finished with our Bandit section of the stream, but we're going to be starting on another section, and we're going to be talking about the PicoCTF 2025 event. So, to anybody who does not have an account over at PicoCTF.org, you can make one for free over at this link over here. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be covering some challenges from the PicoCTF 2025 event. So PicoCTF has a CTF event every year, and so for each one of these events, there's a bunch of challenges that you can solve. But the great thing about this CTF event, as opposed to other CTF events, is that you can access the challenges after the event is over by going to the PicoCTF gym, which is the practice section over here. So all of the challenges from this event are available for anybody to solve. Of course, you're not going to be able to get any of the prizes associated with the event, but that's okay. We're here to do some learning. So I think there were somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 different challenges for this particular event, and we're going to be solving some challenges from the forensics category today. So forensics, digital forensics, this isn't my specialty, but for some reason I was able to solve quite a number of these challenges in the forensics category. And if you want to take a look at the forensics category only for PicoCTF 2025, you can follow this link over here. So before we start the first challenge, we're going to open up the PicoCTF web shell. The PicoCTF web shell is a Linux virtual machine that you can use to solve a bunch of different challenges from PicoCTF, but not all of the challenges from PicoCTF. So notably, there are some challenges that are not going to be available for people who are using the web shell, because some of the challenges involve files that are either too large, or they involve programs that are graphic user interface programs that we're not going to be able to use in the web shell. But let's open up the web shell. Oh, sorry. Let me demonstrate how to use the web shell. So after you've logged in to PicoCTF, you can click on the practice link over here, and then afterwards, if you scroll down a little bit, you're going to see this button over here that's labeled web shell. It's going to be on the right hand side of the screen. So you can go ahead and click on that, and it's going to open up the PicoCTF web shell. The PicoCTF web shell starts in this minimized view, which is not very useful in my opinion. You can go ahead and make this nice and big by going over to the button that's beside the help button over here, and it looks like a box with an arrow pointing out. It's labeled Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. Go ahead and click on that. And that's going to start up your web shell session in a full browser pane. This is what we want. And here you can solve some of the challenges, but not all of them. But before we get started, I have to do my YouTube intros and outros because like the Bandit CTF, I'm gonna turn all of these challenges into videos on my YouTube channel as well. Okay, so let's get started. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Phantom Intruder Challenge from PicoCTF 2025, and it is located at this link over here. So what is this challenge all about? So Phantom Intruder is a easy challenge in the forensic category from the PicoCTF 2025 event. So it's labeled as browser web shell solvable. I don't think that's the case, but it says here that a digital ghost has breached my defenses and my sensitive data has been stolen. Scared face, computer, laptop, emoticon. The mission is to uncover how this platform, Phantom Intruder, infiltrated my system and retrieved the hidden flag. To solve this challenge, you need to analyze the provided PCAP file and track down the attack method. The attacker has cleverly concealed his moves in a timely manner. Dive into the network traffic, apply the right filters, and show off your forensic prowess and unmask the digital intruder. So find the PCAP file here, and we've got a link. Network traffic PCAP file, and try to get the flag. Okay, this is what we're going to do. So typically, we solve these challenges using the Wireshark program, and we can't solve it using the web shell. So what we're going to do is we're going to right-click on the link, and we're going to select Copy Link. After that, we're going to go into our Kali Linux machine, and we're going to download the file. So we're just going to use the wget command, and we're going to paste in the file address over here. And after the file has been downloaded, we've got mynetworktraffic.pcap. Zero Turtle X says MC25. Haven't seen MC25 in a little while, and nice to see you here, Zero Turtle X. Why don't you guys have a Nan cat? Okay, so to read any file using its default program, you can use this command right here, xdg-open, and then the name of the file. So when you give this command on the command line, it'll use whatever application is supposed to open this type of file by default. And in this case, it's going to open up the Wireshark program. So we got Wireshark over here, and this is a bit small. Does anybody know if there's a way to make the Wireshark interface larger to increase the size of the font? Let me see if I can do this real quick. Let me just go into the settings, edit, preferences. Preferences, is there a section for font? Appearance, layout. Actually, you know what? Maybe what I should do is I should look this up online real quick. Control++ says CypherFreak. Let me give that a try. CypherFreak, thank you. If this works, it's a big thank you. Okay, hold on. Let's get out of here. So Control++. Oh, wow, it works. Yeah, this is awesome. Okay, this is great. Let's see. So we see, Okay, so what's going on in this file here? So what we need to do, hold on. I've got a little I've got a little presentation file for this. So PicoCTF, forensics. This one is Phantom Intruder. OreoBite, hello, nice to see you here. And welcome to the stream, OreoBite. Why don't you have a Hack the Planet? Wait, why don't you have a frog song? There you go. Okay, so this time we're talking about Wireshark, and we're going to order packets by time. So in this challenge, we see a series of packets if we arrange the packets by time order. So we got time order over here, and we can take the hex content of those packets, and we see what looks like a base 64 encoded string. So we can copy the contents of the packets as an ASCII string to extract its contents. So how do we do that? Let's go ahead and go back to Wireshark. So we're going to order by time over here. So we can go ahead and click on the time column, and it's going to order all the packets by time. We're going to see a series of 12 length packets over here, and we're going to see that there's some base 64 encoded information in here. So starting with packet number, what is this? Packet number 22. And then we're going to go in reverse order. Packet 1, packet 16, actually, packet 1, packet 10, packet 4, 18, 3, and 2. We're going to copy the contents over here, right-click on it, and then copy as ASCII text. After we do that, we're just going to go back to our terminal here. Whoops. And we're just going to paste in whatever is there. So this is the actual base 64 encoded string. The rest of this information here we don't need. So we're just going to get rid of that. We're going to echo -n, and then we're going to base 64 decode this information. So if you decode it on, oh, you know what? Okay. What we need to do is we need to include everything here. Hold on, let me look at my notes. Oh, okay. I see what's going on. So not everything here is going to be base 64 encoded. So surprisingly, this is the portion that we need to base 64 decode. So this is PicoCTF, that's base 64 encoded. And the reason why we have to start from the C over here is because in the packet starts from the letter C over here. So we have to pay attention to this. So we would do the same thing to packet number 1. Right-click, copy as ASCII text, and this also starts with an E. Paste it in there, and we need to get rid of everything before the E. And then we start getting parts of the flag over here. So we've got part of the flag. We can go ahead and get more. So this one over here, copy this as ASCII text. And I think this one started with the letter B. So everything before the letter B, get rid of that. And we've got more of the flag. Let's go ahead and get the next one. So there's a few of these. I think there are 4 of them left. So let's go ahead and get the next one, which starts with the letter X. Okay, and okay, we got more of the flag. Let's get the next portion. over here, this starts with the letter Y. More of the flag, okay. Couple of packets left. This one starts with a capital letter N. Okay. And keep in mind, you probably shouldn't be copying my flag because everybody's flag is going to be personalized, and there's going to be a random set of hexadecimal that's going to be different for each user. And that's why you should be doing this yourself instead of copying whatever my flag might be. So this is the last one. Copy that. Paste in that content. Okay. Oh, it's FQ, right? It's FQ equal. Okay. So the very last packet just had the closing bracket, the closing squiggly bracket. So let's go ahead and put this all together. So we're going to copy this. We're just going to paste it in here, and then this part, paste it in, the next part, and then etc. etc. Paste that in, copy, paste this in, copy, paste this in, copy, paste, and then the last thing is the closing bracket over here. Okay, so it says PicoCTF, it wasn't that easy, TBH. It wasn't that easy, TBH. Well, I don't know. It depends on who you are, I guess. Anyways, let's copy this flag and let's submit this to finish the challenge. So over at PicoCTF, in the challenge description here, paste in the flag, click on Submit Flag. You're done. All right, so everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Phantom Intruder Challenge from PicoCTF. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. All right, so let's move on to the next challenge. So the next challenge is the red challenge. So let's go ahead and take a look at the challenge here. So GroutXT says, I can see how this would be web shell solvable. Instead of Wireshark, you could script out something using a library like Scapy or Scapy. Not sure, but yeah, I guess what you could do is you could use a script to scrape out all of the base 64 encoded strings and then decode the strings. But the problem is that you would have to find a way to emulate the order in which you need to supply the different little bits of the flag, because the beginning and the end are pretty easy to identify, but the stuff in the middle, I guess you could kind of guess at the stuff in the middle as well. But when you solve it in Wireshark, it gives you the precise order in which to put extract the little base 64 strings. But anyways, let's start the red challenge over here. Scripts are definitely needed here. I guess you might be able to do with T-Shark if you knew what you were doing in there. I don't know how to use T-Shark very well. But yeah, whenever you can use a script to automate something, that is a great thing. Man, sometimes PicoCTF is not very responsive. Okay. All right, everybody. This is a guided walkthrough for the red challenge. This is an easy level challenge in the forensics category, part of the PicoCTF 2025 event. So this challenge description says red, 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 red. There's a link over here, download the image, red.png. So we can go ahead and copy this. So right click and then select copy link. And we can use the PicoCTF web shell to solve the challenge. And this is how we do it. Actually, we're not going to be using the PicoCTF web shell. There's a reason why we're not going to, and I'll explain it a little bit later. All right, so we've copied the link, and we're just going to go to our Kali Linux console here, and we're going to download the file. So after we've downloaded the file, we can actually take a look at the image file using our image editing program or image viewing program. So we do xdg open and then red.png. And it's it sure is red. It sure is red. It is only red. So let's close this out and let's take a look at the EXIF data on this PNG file. So we're talking about EXIF data, but what is EXIF data? Let's see, forensics, red.pdf, okay. So we're talking about EXIF and image file metadata, and metadata is data that provides information about other data. In the context of digital image files, each file has a plethora of metadata information which is generated when the picture is taken, including stuff like where the image was taken, that is the GPS coordinates. So when the image was taken, the date and the time, and the type of device used to create the image, such as the manufacturer of the device and the model of the device. So EXIF tool for picture file EXIF output. A common tool, a common program that is used for inspecting a picture file's EXIF data is called EXIF tool. And it will output all of the file's EXIF metadata, and it's pretty easy to use. So you just type in EXIF data, EXIF tool space, and then the name of the file that you want to inspect. And we're going to do that right now. So EXIF tool, and we see this metadata about the image right here. So we've got a bunch of different information about the file, but we also have this strange little poem over here. So the poem over here says, "Crimson heart, vibrant and bold, hearts flutter at your sight. Evenings glow softly red, cherries burst with sweet life. Kisses linger with your warmth, love deep as Merlot. Scarlet leaves falling softly, bold in every stroke." So aside from being a cheesy love poem, what can we get from this particular bit of information here? So if you take a look, oh sorry, we've got ads running on Twitch right now. So when ads run on Twitch, we do ads on YouTube, and let's look at some more birds. We'll be back in about a minute, but let's just take this little water break, and I'll be back in about a minute. So to anybody who's wondering, this is another Steller's jay, but this Steller's jay is a juvenile Steller's jay, and you can tell because its feathers are a little bit miscolored. That's because its adult plumage hasn't come in yet, and it's just having the time of its life, just filling its stuff in its face with these peanuts over here. And I think we've got another little Grout-XT is pretty blue, yeah. So whenever you put birdseed or seeds on the ground, you're gonna get these little fellas over here, these squirrels. And my area is just filled with these eastern gray squirrels. All right, so the community's back. Let's put the birds away. So what is going on with this poem? So if you might have noticed, the capitalized letters in this poem, they spell out a little message. So we got C, let's just spell this out. So CHECKLSB. So this spells out the word check LSB. So when we're talking about LSB, what we're talking about is the least significant bit. This is a type of steganography, and let's just talk about this before we go on. So we're talking about least significant bit, LSB, steganography. So the EXIF data gives us a hint towards LSB, which is a steganography technique used to hide data in picture files. So when we're talking about steganography, we mean we're going to be hiding potential messages inside of these little bits inside of the picture file. And for example, we could embed the ASCII letter A in 8 bits in a file just by changing out the last bit of each one of these pixels. So we call it least significant bit because in each one of these bytes, the first bit is going to be the most important bit because that affects the value of the byte the most. But the least significant bit, which is the first bit, is the least significant bit, and that's where we can hide our data. So what we do is we change the value of these bits to form the letter A, which is 01000001. And that's going to form the ASCII letter A, for instance. So the method of embedding the hidden data is the method of embedding the hidden data is to modify one bit of the data in a set of pixels in the picture file. And this is an example of embedding the ASCII letter A. Okay, so when we're dealing with steganography, least significant bit, inside of PNG files, there are specific programs that we can use to automate this. And the program that we're going to be dealing with is called zsteg. So normally the command that we would use to install this program is sudo gem. So if we're doing this on Kali Linux, it would be sudo gem install zsteg. And I think this is a Ruby script, and Ruby scripts use the gem install method. I'm not very familiar with Ruby, but this is a program that uses Ruby. So the program is called zsteg, and we just need to use zsteg on red.png. So this will, if there's any information in the least significant bits, it will tell us. And so we've got the poem over here. It was able to get for us, but also there's this least significant bit data in here, and we see what looks like some sort of base64 encoded string, but it repeats over and over again. So it repeats once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. And what we can do is we can just copy out the first instance of this base64 string, and then we can use the console over here to decode it. So we're just going to paste in that string, and we get the flag. So PicoCTF, red is the ultimate cure for sadness. You don't say. Anyways, let's copy that flag. And let's go over to the PicoCTF web shell. Sorry, the challenge. Over, where was it? Here? Here. Okay. Let's paste in the flag and submit the flag. And we're done. So I think this could have been solved inside of the web shell as well. Let me go ahead and try that out. So we're just going to copy this. We're going to go to our web shell, which is disconnected, that's fine. Okay, so we're just going to wget this file. And after that, I think there might be zsteg installed on this on the system as well. Okay, so we were able to use zsteg on the web shell as well. All right, great. And then we would do the exact same thing as the other, doing it on the Kali box. So echo n base64 decode. Paste this in. Okay, awesome. All right, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the red challenge from the PicoCTF 2025 event over at PicoCTF.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. All right, so we've got a couple more challenges to go before we're finished for today. We've got flags are stepic, and we've got BitLocker 1. So BitLocker 1 is it's a little more entertaining. GroudXE asks, have you heard of a Perry solve before? No, I've not heard of that. Let's look it up real quick. A Perry solve is an online platform which performs layer analysis on an image. The platform also uses zsteg. Oh, interesting. Okay. So I guess what you could do is you could start solving some CTF challenges using a parasolve. Yeah, it's the cyber chef of image steganography. Awesome, awesome. But yeah, let me just leave the link for everybody in chat who's interested. And yeah, we might be able to use this on future CTF exercises. Great. Okay, so let's solve the next challenge over here. So the next challenge is this one over here. All right, everybody, this is the Flags Are Stepic challenge from the PicoCTF 2025 event. It's a medium level challenge in the forensics category, and it says that this is a web shell solvable challenge, but this is not a web shell solvable challenge, not easily at least. So the description says a group of underground hackers might be using this legitimate site to communicate. Use your forensic techniques to uncover their message. Additional details will be available after launching your challenge instance. So what we can do is we need to launch the instance over here. That's going to start up the website that we need to access first, because we need to look at the site. So click on the launch instance button, and then after a few seconds, you're going to see this link over here. So it says try it here. So we can go ahead and right click on the link and put this in a new tab. So after that, you're going to see this website right here. So it says this is a bunch of country flags. So what is going on this web page? What we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the different, we could inspect all of these flags one by one. That would be a big pain in the butt. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to open up a web browser tool over here. So we're going to go over to the hamburger menu. We're going to click on more tools, and then we're going to click on web developer tools. So after that, we're going to go over to the network tab over here. And the network tab is going to tell you about all the files that are loaded up on the page. We're going to reload the page. And then we're going to see all the different flags that have been loaded in. So there are a lot of different flags that are loaded in, but there's going to be one flag that is very unusual, and that's going to be over here if we sort by the size of the files. So these are the smallest files over here. We're going to click it again to get the biggest ones. So all of the other flags are about 16 kilobytes, but there's one flag over here that is 1.79 megabytes. So it is much bigger than the other flags here. And this is the upz.png file. So we're going to locate this this flag in the web page, and we're going to download it. So upz UUU, where is it? U? Okay. So here it is in the near the bottom. Here it is. So another thing that that is different with this flag here is that this is a country that this is not a country that exists. So we've got other legitimate flags here, but we also have Upanzi Republic, the Upanzi Public, which doesn't exist. What we're going to do is we're going to right click and we're going to copy the link for the image. Then we're going to go back to our console over here, and in the console we're going to use wget to download the image. Paste in the address, download the file. Okay, so we've got upz.png. So we know what the picture looks like already from the website. So what can we do with this image? There's a big clue in the name of the challenge. So it says flags are stepic. So stepic is, well, this isn't a normal word. And if you do a little bit of hold on. If you do a little bit of search, so google.com, what is stepic? Okay, let's make it more specific. What is stepic forensics? So stepic forensics likely refers to the use of the stepic platform, a tool for hiding text and images. So this is a tool for hiding text and images. So what this is actually a reference to is a Python module. So there's something called the stepic Python module, and stepic is a Python module and command line tool for hiding arbitrary data within images by slightly modifying the colors. So what we're dealing with is an image with some hidden data that has been encrypted or embedded by using the stepic module over here from Python. So if we wanted to extract the information, this is what we would need to do. So over here, we've got our file, upz.png. There's actually a command called stepic. So stepic decode, and we're going to specify upz.png. So this has not been installed. Okay, that's fine. This is how we would install it, by using a Python virtual environment. So when we're dealing with Python, I don't like installing new modules or libraries, because keeping track of Python dependencies and stuff is a big pain. So we're just going to create a Python virtual environment to work inside of. So we're going to give this command to create the virtual environment. Create a virtual environment called myenv. So we're going to do virtual environment with myenv, and then we're going to move inside the directory for just a second, and we're going to specify a source for the virtual environment with this command over here. So after we do that, we've activated our Python virtual environment called myenv, because the prompt tells us so. And we can go ahead and install the stepic module just like this. Pip install stepic. Okay, so after we've done that, we're going to move back into our temp directory, and we're going to run the stepic command to decode the information inside the upz.png file. So it's just stepic -d-i and then upz.png. Okay, and then we get the flag. So PicoCTF, flag has flag. Flag has flag. That's a funny thing. So we can go ahead and copy this, So the reason why we can't do this inside of the PicoCTF web shell is because for some reason the warning over here causes the command to fail. So we can't run this inside of the web shell for some reason. So that's why we use the Kali Linux machine over here. So let's go back to the challenge. We're going to paste in the flag, then submit the flag. And it says you've solved the challenge. Great. All right, everybody. This was a guided walkthrough for the Flags Are Stepic challenge from PicoCTF 2025. It's a forensics challenge. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video. Like and subscribe buttons on the video, and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, everybody, there's just one more challenge we're going to be covering today, and we've got about 15 minutes. Should be enough time. And this one is a little bit of a longer challenge as well. GradXT says 26% liked challenge. Yikes! I think the reason why the challenge is only 26% liked is because you can't solve it inside the web shell, and also there's no I guess you could do a little bit of research and figure out that you're supposed to use the Stepic Python library, but yeah, it doesn't. You can't solve this with the web shell, not without a lot of extra fooling around. Okay, so let's solve the last challenge for today. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the BitLocker 1 challenge from PicoCTF 2025 in the forensics category. So the description says, Jackie is not very knowledgeable about the best security passwords and used a simple password to encrypt their BitLocker drive. See if you can break through the encryption. Download the disk image here. Okay, so we've got a link, and what we need to do is we need to copy the link. So we're just going to right-click on the link, select Copy Link, and then we're going to go over to our Kali Linux terminal over here. In the Kali Linux terminal, we've got a lot of stuff in here. I'm going to have to clear this out a little bit later. Okay, we're going to use the, well, let me go to another tab. Okay, we're going to do wget, and we're going to download this this disk image file. So download the file. That's we're going to download this file over here. It's bitlocker1.dd. So .dd files are disk image files. If we run the file command on bitlocker1.dd, it'll tell us that this is a DOS/MBR boot sector file. So we don't know necessarily that this has been encrypted using the BitLocker file, BitLocker program, except for the fact that the challenge tells us so over here. Let's talk a little bit more about this challenge with our presentation. Oh, hold on. Need to download this. Okay, so this is a BitLocker encrypted drive. So this challenge involves a disk image file that has been encrypted by the BitLocker application. So for anybody who doesn't know, BitLocker is a full volume encryption app that is included with Microsoft Windows. So if you're using a modern version of Windows, I think it was included with Windows 7 and Windows 8, but it was a much harder much harder to use app back then. But with Windows 10 and with Windows 11, it is much easier to set up. And BitLocker is often used to encrypt hard drives when the Windows operating system is not being used. For example, when the device is turned off. So this gives a bit more security to your physical hard drives, because otherwise people would be able to pull the hard drives out of your computer and see everything on them. But if you encrypt them by using a service like BitLocker, then that becomes a lot harder to do. So BitLocker passwords can be cracked by using programs like John the Ripper and Hashcat. And this is what we're going to do for this particular instance as well. So let's go ahead and solve the challenge. So the first thing we need to do is we need to extract the hash from the BitLocker file over here. So we're going to do that with a little program called BitLocker2John. And what this is going to do is it's going to extract the hash from the bitlocker1.dd file. And we're going to redirect this into a file called bitlocker.hash. So let's run that file. Let's run that command. Okay. And we're going to see that there's a bitlocker.hash file now. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. So we've got a bunch of password hashes over here. And interestingly enough, I think BitLocker is encrypted using AES, which is not a particularly secure method of hashing. Let me just look this up real quick. So let's see. BitLocker encryption hashing method. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Achoo! You are now a HackerFrog. Why don't you have one of these hack the planets just for you?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so what does it say over here? So BitLocker uses the AES standard algorithm for encryption, with options for 128-bit or 256-bit key sizes, and supports both CBC, cipher blockchaining, and ciphertext stealing XTS modes. So AES is still secure, right? MD5, I'm pretty sure, is not secure anymore, and I'm pretty sure some versions of SHA are also not secure. But anyways. Let's get back to the challenge. So Achu says, hello Achu, nice to see you. Okay, so what we need to do after we get the hash over here is we need to crack it by using some sort of program. So programs like John the Ripper or Hashcat are very popular hash cracking programs. What we're going to do in this case is we're going to use John the Ripper because we've already prepared the hash file by using the utility bitlocker2john. So it's going to be bitlocker.hash. So when we've prepared the hash like this, the syntax is going to be very easy. So we just need to supply the name of the program, John, and then dash dash and a word list of different passwords to crack against. So in this case, it's going to be the very, very popular rocku.txt word list, which has a list of the most popular 14 million passwords. And let's go ahead and run this. So this is going to take a little while to crack, but in the meantime, we're going to be installing a program to interact with BitLocker on Kali Linux over here. So the program is called libbdeutils, and on Kali Linux we can install it with this command over here. So sudo apt install libbdeutils. We're gonna give our password so we can install the program. Okay, so that went well. That went over well. So we now have the program installed on the computer. Let's take a look and see if we crack the hash. It's still cracking. It says loaded 2 password hashes with 2 different salts. BitLocker. So at least we know that it's using the correct type of encryption over here. And while it's working, we're gonna set up an environment where we can start mounting the disk image. So after we get the password for BitLocker, we're going to mount the image onto our Kali Linux machine. And the first thing we need to do is this. We need to make a directory for the BitLocker mount. So we're going to create the directory over here in the mount directory, and we're going to call it the BitLocker directory, like this. So the reason we have to use sudo is because normally we're not able to create. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Skywalker789. Thank you. You are now HackerFrog. Why don't you have a Nyan Cat? Here you go. So the reason why we can't make a directory in the mount directory over here is because it's not. This should normally not be writable by regular users. It should only be writable by the root user. So that's why we use sudo. So we give this command, and it looks like I've already created it before because the BitLocker directory exists. That's because I've solved this challenge before, and I use this directory. Anyways, there you go. Okay, so what else do we need to do? Okay, so the next thing we need to do is we need to access the disk image. So let's see if we manage to brute force the password. So the password hasn't been brute forced yet. So we're just going to sit tight. Hopefully it doesn't take too much longer. But we've got to. If anybody has any questions about cybersecurity or digital forensics, this is a good time to ask because we're waiting on something else to finish. Let's see. GradXT says the downside to John and Hashcat in a VM is it's not GPU accelerated and it takes a while. Yeah, it takes a while, especially if you're using the VirtualBox software. If you're using VirtualBox, you don't have access to your GPU. But I hear that if you're using what is it? What is the other one? The other one is called VMware. If you're using VMware, you can set it up so that it uses your graphics card, and that will make cracking a lot easier. VMware, yeah, VMware. Okay, so it looks like we managed to get the password. So the password for Jackie's file is Jacqueline. So I guess that was we might have been able to guess that if we were doing some in-depth analysis. Anyways, this is the password. So what we're going to do is we're going to mount the file system. And the way we do that is like this. So we're going to do sudo bde mount, and we need to provide the password for the BitLocker installation. So bde mount is for mounting BitLocker image disk image files. We run it with the password, which is Jacqueline. We run it with the name of the disk image, which is bitlocker1.dd, and we mount it into a specific directory, which is /mnt mount bitlocker. So let's go ahead and run that command. Okay, so we've got ads on Twitch. When ads run on Twitch, we also run them on YouTube. And let's go ahead and give some more bird videos. This is a fun bird video. There you go. That's a lovely bird. We'll be back in about a minute. So an interesting thing about these stellar jays is that they're kind of picky about with their shelled nuts. Actually, if the nuts have a shell, then they'll rattle them around. So CypherFreak says VMware. CypherFreak says mine just did it way faster than yours. Yeah, that might be because if you're using VMware, then you actually have access to your graphics card. If you don't do it with VMware, well, if you're using with VirtualBox, then you don't have access to your graphics card for cracking. Anyways, let's continue on. Okay, so we just mounted the disk image file to this directory right here. So mount BitLocker. Let's go ahead and CypherFreak says, I gave it access to more cores. More cores, yeah, more cores, more fast. That's how it goes. So from here, we probably want to become the root user to make it a lot easier for us to access the system, because these mounted file systems are usually only accessible to the root user. So we can move inside that directory. Just a second, I have to cough a bit. Okay, so we see there's this BDE1. BDE1 is a directory. Oh wait, BDE1 is not a directory. So what is this? BDE1 is a boot sector. Okay, so this is the disk image file. We previously didn't have access to it. Well, we did have access to it, but it was encrypted, so we couldn't read anything from it. But what we can do now is we can just look for the flag inside of this file. If we try to look through this file on its own, it's really big. What we're going to do instead is we're going to look for some strings inside of here, and we're going to look for the PicoCTF flag. So we're just going to get the strings from this file, and we're going to grep for the PicoCTF flag by grepping with Pico. So if we do that, we get this. PicoCTF, use better passwords, please. Great. Let's copy this. And then we'll go over to the PicoCTF challenge over here. And in the flag submission field, paste in the password. Sorry, paste in the flag. Click on Submit Flag, and then you're done. All right, everybody. This was a guided walkthrough for the BitLocker 1 challenge, which is a forensics challenge from PicoCTF 2025 event. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Pollock, hello, nice to see you. Let's see, it's VMware Workstation. VMware is just the name of the company. Oh, awesome. It is VMware Workstation. I didn't know that VMware was the name of the company. I thought VMware was the name of the software. But why don't you have a desert frog? It is the cutest frog in the world. Here you go, Pollock. Okay, let's just look that up real quick. So Wikipedia would never lie to us, right? Wikipedia, hold on. Wikipedia.org. Okay, so VMware, oh geez. VMware Workstation, there you go. It's a hypervisor. VMware Workstation Pro, known as VMware Workstation until release of VMware Workstation 12. It's a hypervisor that runs on x64 versions of Windows and Linux. Okay, great. So GradXT says WSL has GPU. Oh, Windows Subsystem for Linux has GPU support. Awesome. Pollock says you can also give dedicated on VirtualBox, but it cannot be the same GPU as you're using on your system. Oh wow! Actually, I didn't know that. I didn't know that you could use GPUs on your VirtualBox systems. But yeah, that's some great information. So CypherFreak asks, what did you do with the BDE1 file? Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. So the BDE1 file is this is the disk image. So the disk image is, we can just access it from here, but this is just a raw file. It's a raw file. We can't really do anything inside of it. So what we did was we ran strings inside of that file, and then we grepped for the PicoCTF flag. So luckily, it was just sitting around, and we were able to get it out. Let's see. Palak and Grout are talking about VMs. Let's see. GroutXT says it's a tightly integrated Hyper-V VM. That's not something I didn't know that either. I do know that Windows Subsystem for Linux, Windows Subsystem for Linux. So it's a feature of Microsoft Windows that allows for the use of a GNU Linux environment within Windows, foregoing the overhead of a virtual machine. The WSL command line interface is installed by default. Okay, so WSL2 introduced a real Linux kernel, a managed virtual machine via Hyper-V that implements the full Linux kernel. Okay, so it is a virtual machine. Cool. Awesome. Okay, so let's move on to the last piece of content for today's stream. And I hope everybody's been enjoying the PicoCTF content over here. I really enjoy doing these challenges, and we're going to be doing PicoCTF content all this week. Let me go ahead and grab the schedule for this week. So HackerFrogs has a subreddit, and you can find it over here. Jack Mr. Hack, hello, nice to see you. Nice to see you on YouTube. And I'm doing all right. We were just demonstrating some PicoCTF challenges over here. Why don't you have a Stellar's J? So these are some Stellar J's. That's what they sound like. Okay, so today we did forensics challenges, and on Wednesday we're going to be doing web challenges from PicoCTF 2025, and on Friday we're going to be doing the binary challenges from PicoCTF 2025. Okay, let's go ahead and do the last thing we're doing for today, which is Docker Labs. So Docker Labs is a website where you can download vulnerable Docker containers and deploy them on your machine, and then do some hacking against them. Okay, so today what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing the Showtime challenge over here. So there's a download link over here, and if you want to do this yourself on your own Kali Linux machine with Docker installed, you can use that download link there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the download link and download the machine. So this is going to download a vulnerable Docker container that we're going to be doing hacking against. And let's go ahead and I need to set up my environment. Let's see. Let's become the Kali user again. SU Kali or SU the Shy Hat. That's me. Okay. I need to get ready for this challenge. There's all this stuff in my temporary directory now. I'm just going to get rid of this all. Just a second, everybody. Got to do some house cleaning. Thank you very much for following, Palak. Nice to see you. And why don't you have a fun video redeem? How about the Devil's Bedroom?
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
Okay, just want to make sure that my temporary directory here is as uncluttered as possible. Okay, and shell access, miscellaneous. Okay, we've got our Docker containers over here. What we're going to do is we're going to unzip the file that's associated with this challenge, showtime.zip. So unzip showtime.zip. We're going to inflate a tar file as well as a auto deploy script. So this is something I learned. I've been reusing the auto deploy scripts over here for different Docker Labs challenges. Do not do this. Do not reuse the autodeploy.sh scripts, because the autodeploy.sh scripts tells the Docker container which ports to expose. And if you're using one autodeploy.sh script with another Docker container, then it might not open up the right networking ports, which means you're not going to be able to complete the challenge, which means you will be very sad. So don't make the mistake I made. Always delete the autodeploy.sh scripts after you're done with them, and use the ones that are deployed with the challenge here. So we need to chmod plus x, the autodeploy script, and then we need to run that script to start the challenge. So we're going to use the script on showtime.tar. That's going to deploy the Docker container associated with this challenge. We're going to see a message in Spanish, because this is a Spanish language hacking platform that we're using over here. It says, "Estamos desplegando la máquina vulnerable. Espere un momento." If anybody speaks Spanish, tell me how my pronunciation is, because I'm not too sure if it sounds terrible or not. Anyways, after we deploy the Docker container, we've got our IP address. The IP address is always going to be the same for all of these Docker Labs challenges. That's good and bad. Jake Mr. X says, hola, Jake Mr. X, nice to see you. So we can copy this IP address here, and we can start doing some nmap enumeration against it. So we're just going to run nmap. Okay. So the nmap program is going to tell us which networking ports are exposed on a remote server, and in this case, it's going to be against this Docker container over here. So what are we going to see? So it looks like we've got two exposed ports that we can do enumeration against. There's port 80 and port 22. Port 22 is the SSH service, which is used for remote login, and it looks like it's running this version of the OpenSSH software. It doesn't seem to be particularly old, so we're probably not going to... Jake Mr. X says, I know two words. Okay, those are some good words. So we've got port 22, which is open over here, and we've got port 80. So most of the time when you're dealing with Linux challenges, they're usually web servers. This is because in the real world, a lot of Linux systems are used for web servers. And in this case, it's running the Apache software, and with this version over here, 2.4.58. I don't think this is a vulnerable version, so we're not going to check immediately if there are any known hacks for this version of Apache. Okay, what we're going to do instead is we're going to do some additional enumeration against the web port. So the first thing we can do is we can run dirb, which is a very old... Oh, wait. Did I? Man. This is not the correct IP address. This is the correct IP address. Let me copy that. So dirb is an old directory busting tool, but occasionally it does find us some interesting results because it has a unique word list. So what do we have? We've got assets, CSS, fonts, icons, images. So we could go ahead and start doing some enumeration against these individual directories, but I want to run a couple more scans first before we do that. Helpful Husky, hello, nice to see you here. It's been a little while. Let's run the nicto command. So nicto is another kind of old web app vulnerability scanner, but it can also get some interesting results as well because it's especially useful for scanning against older technology stacks. Okay, so we didn't find anything particularly useful there, but it's fine. We're going to run our third enumeration tool, and the third enumeration tool we're going to run is the FerrixBuster tool. So FerrixBuster is a very, very modern web app directory busting tool, and we're just going. The good thing about FerrixBuster is that it's fast. It's highly customizable, and we can also do recursive directory busting. So if we find a directory, then we can go inside that directory and look for more directory endpoints. So the standard list that we use when we use FerrixBuster is this one over here. It's called Directory List 2.3 Medium, and it usually gets the job done with these easy challenges. We have to specify a number of file extensions to look for. In this case, we're going to look for TXT files, HTML files, PHP files, and zip files. Depending on what we find on the server, we might come back and specify some other extensions as well. And let's go ahead and run that scan. So one thing I really like about FerrixBuster is that it gives a lot of colorful output, and you know, if you see colorful lights and text, that makes every hacker happy, right? But what do we have here? So we've got game2.jpg. Interesting. Okay, so while we're running this, we might as well go over to the web page itself and see what's going on. So we're just going to go to our web browser, and we'll go to this web page. Okay, so it looks like something's loading up. Oh wow, what is this? Is this a gambling website? I love gambling. I actually don't love gambling. Okay, but anyways, we've got casino games. All right. So, So what can we do on this website? So there's an index.html. This is the page we're looking at. We've got a bunch of different images. We've got a play now button. Where does this lead? This doesn't lead anywhere. This isn't a fully fleshed out app. That's fine. We got game 1. We can't click on any of these. We got promotions. We need to take a look and see if there are any. Oh, we've got a login page. I think we found it. We've got this hamburger menu, but it doesn't lead anywhere. So before we go over to the login page, I guess I can put this in a new tab. So I'm just going to put this in a new tab. I'm going to do some inspection on the web app. The web app HTML source. So what do we have here? So it looks like nothing super interesting yet. Okay, and we've got some script files from some JavaScript stuff. Okay, so I think what we need to do is we need to hack the login page. So the login page is over here, and so it's /login page /index.php. So we've got the everything's in Spanish because everything from this platform is in Spanish. So usuario, how do you pronounce this? Usuario. Anyways, we've got username and password. Password is contrasena, and I guess this one is login or something. but let's go ahead and see if we can do some SQL injection first. So we're going to give the magic SQL login bypass over here, and we're going to see if it works. So it looks like, do we get access? Okay. Wow. Okay. It looks like this application is probably vulnerable to. Oh yeah. You're right. I did the bypass incorrectly. So it should be or 1 equals 1. Sorry, I've been off my game all day. So it's going to be single quote or 1 equals 1 dash dash, which creates the true statement. So the SQL statement is supposed to be something like select star from username and password where username equals and password equals something else. But a statement like this will get around that logic if it works. But let's see if it actually gives us an error. Oh, okay. So it says welcome or 1 equals 1. Okay, you initiated your session correctly. Anyways, let's see what this actually says. Okay, so let's go to our translation website. Actually, I think we can translate in like directly on this website as well. Let's see if we can do that. Spanish to English. We seen, it says, hello frog. Hello, we seen, nice to see you here. And why don't you have a go to hack. I hope everybody can have a great day and go to hack.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle.
Yes.
You hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Okay, hope you're having a great day, wherever you are. We seen. All right, so it says you've logged in correctly. This is your homepage. So we did SQL injection, but what we really want to do is we want to log in with SSH. So we know there's this SQL injection here. We can probably use this SQL injection to get a bunch of other information from the application. Pollock says, please don't hack. I'm on night shift today. That's okay. We're not hacking your company because we are good guys and we don't hack anybody's actual companies. These are all educational scenarios, of course. Okay, so the only option we have here is to close our session. But what else can we do? So there's nothing on. Yeah, this is home.php. There's nothing here. Is there anything here? No, this is index. This is index.php. Why are... Oh, hold on. Yeah, okay. So if we look at the... There's nothing here if we look at the source code. Let's see. Helpfulowski says SQL map. Yeah, I think we're going to use SQL map to leak out the rest of the contents of the database. GredXC says we hack companies only on strict contracts with defined scopes. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You can hack websites legally if you're a security tester. In which case you would have a defined scope and they would drop a contract and stuff. Let's see. Jake Mr. asks, you not scan ports. We did scan the ports previously. So over here, we did our nmap scans, and we found 2 ports open. We found port 80 and port 22. You know what? Just because I've been burned before, I'm gonna scan it. I'm gonna scan it again, and I'm gonna scan it very, very slowly, just in case there's anything that's hiding out there. So we're just going to do one more nmap scan. We're going to leave it running in the background because I've been burned before when doing Nmap scans, not very and not paying too much attention. But anyways, let's go ahead and start up our Burp Suite. So Burp Suite is a web application proxy, which we can use to record information about web traffic. But more importantly for this exercise here is we're going to get the information for the login page so that we can use SQL map to, and that's an automated tool that we can use to leak out the rest of the database contents. Hopefully we can get some good some good credentials, a username password pair that we can use to log into SSH. So we're just going to start up Burp Suite, then we're going to start up the Burp Suite browser. Okay. Oh, you know what? This is a good opportunity to play some music. So let's see. Let me get my music playlist. How about some Baba Is You? We're playing Baba Is You is a great puzzle game, and I'm probably going to end up playing Baba Is You on stream at some point because it's got some very interesting things to say about how we examine systems. But here's the soundtrack. And as usual, if you find that the music is too loud, let me know and I'll lower the volume. I might lower the volume right now a little bit. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right, so what we're going to be doing inside of Burp Suite is we're going to start up the Burp Suite browser. And the Burp Suite browser is connected to Burp Suite. So whatever we run through the Burp Suite browser, we're going to be able to access again inside of Burp Suite. That's what we want to do. GradXT's got the Dino Dance. Thank you guys. The dancing emotes are great to see. WeSeen says, how do I get better at pen testing? How do I get better at pen testing? That's a good question. What experience do you already have? Let me know how much you know about pen testing, about technology in general, about like coding and all that other stuff, and I'll give you some advice, or I'll give you some places to go look. Helpful Askew says practice. Practice is probably the best advice, but whether or not you're coming from a complete beginner perspective or from a lot of experience, it's going to be different, slightly different. Okay, so this is the IP address. We want to go to the login endpoint, but I think we can get there from here. WeSeen says, I already know about pen testing. I'm under my first year in cybersecurity major. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so how do you get better? You keep on doing challenges. Want to become a natural. Yeah, so WeSeen, do you have access to like a Kali Linux machine? Do you know how to use VirtualBox? How do you know how to create virtual machines? Do you know how to deploy virtual machines to your network? Let me know if you know that. If you know that, then I've got a good place that I can recommend. Oh, this is taking a while to load up. Let me get the exact endpoint over here. So login page, right? This is probably the better one to do. Okay, so that's probably going to redirect me. Home.php, home.php. What was the other endpoint? The other endpoint was index.php. The directory busting is slowing down. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, but we've got the page over here, and we're just going to do test and test. That's going to come back negative, of course. Let's see. WeSeen says, TryHackMe, but I have Mac OS, and I don't have a VM installed on it. Okay, I'm purchasing a ThinkPad soon though. Yeah, well, I mean, the good thing about TryHackMe is that you can access the attack box, and let's see. Malcolm Gladwell says once you need to spend 10,000 hours doing something to become an expert. If we keep getting news of RCEs affecting huge numbers, what phone would you get? What phone would you get? Get whichever phone you're most comfortable using. The major manufacturers of phones, they're both going to be targeted by people who want to make malware. Whether or not that's Android malware or Mac or like iOS malware, like it's gonna be about the same. But a lot of people like using iOS devices, like iPhones. Just go with whatever you like. I'm not a big proponent of getting like a privacy phone. Those privacy phones are usually not very good. So that's something to consider. Okay, so we got our traffic over here. I don't think we need to use the Burp Suite browser anymore. I'm just going to minimize it. We're going to go over to our HTTP history, and we're going to go over to our posts. So proxy HTTP history. We're going to go to our post request over here. So all of our requests that we made inside the Burp browser, they're all over here for us to look at. Let's see, CFG says, we get an RCE for both at least monthly. Helpful Husky says, mainstream phones, and make sure they're kept up to date. You'll be out of reach for most attackers unless they really want in. Pollock says, flip phone master race, of course. Let's see, Symbian phone circa 2005. I'm not a person who pays a lot of attention to phones, but you all probably know more than me. Honestly. Okay, so we've got our request over here, our post request to the login page. We're going to use a tool called SQL Map to try to get full access to the database. And in order to do so, well, more easily, we're going to turn this request into a file that SQL Map can use. So inside this request, in the request window here, we're going to right click, we're going to select send to repeater. Actually, wait, we didn't need to do that. Sorry. We're going to right click, and then we're going to select copy to file. This is going to take the request information, and it's going to save it to a file. We're just going to call this file request.txt. Okay, we're going to save that. And then we're going to minimize Burp Suite. I don't think we're going to be using it again. Could be wrong. Oh, we still have Wireshark running. Okay, let's close out Wireshark. Okay, so CFG says newly fully updated devices get hacked. Yeah, I believe it. Everything you do is public if someone decides it. I think I guess the moral of the story is that you should be careful what you do with private stuff, and maybe your phone isn't as private as you think it is. But anyways, we've got a request.txt file over here. If we take a look inside, we've got all the information we need to log into the page, and this is the file that we're going to feed to SQL Map. Instead of and if we use a request file, it's actually a lot easier than if we do not. Let me demonstrate how this goes. So SQL Map. What we're going to do is we're just going to try to figure out whether or not we can actually, if we can find out what kind of database management system is being used here, that would probably be really good as well. Let's see. Everything that you do is public if someone decides it. Oh man. Okay, let's go back to the application. here. Okay, so we're just going to cause an SQL error by giving the single quote. And it's probably going to tell us what kind of DBMS is being used. So it says we're using MySQL, so we can feed this to SQL map. So this is probably what we want to do. We want to figure out which databases exist on the system with this command over here with SQL map. So we're going to run this. So you have not declared cookies. Well, the server wants to set its own. Okay, so do you want to use this cookie? Yeah, sure, let's use that cookie. Okay, so for the remaining test, you want to include all the tests for MySQL, extending provided level 1 and risk 1. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, there's a redirect to home.php. Do you want to follow? No, let's not follow that. Okay, I think it should be able to detect the SQL injection because, well, it's a very easy SQL injection. CFG says, I guess traffic analysis is probably the first step in detecting audit traffic. Self-host something. Self-host. Are you talking about what are we talking about self-hosting here? Post parameter usario in MySQL is injectable. Okay, so we found it. Post parameter usario seems to be at MySQL or time-based sleep injectable. Okay. Self-host a phone. Probably OpenWRT. What is OpenWRT? Okay, so this is just going to keep on going. Man. Okay, do you want to retry to find proper union column types with the fuzzy test? Okay, let's say no for now. Injection not with null values. Do you want to try with a random integer? Okay. Post parameter usario is vulnerable. Do you want to keep testing the others? No, we do not. Okay, so we managed to get the databases in here. So let's see, open source router firmware. Open source router firmware. Let me look that up real quick. It's called OpenWRT. Okay, so it's a Linux operating system targeting embedded devices. Instead of trying to create a single static firmware, OpenWRT provides... Why? What is? What's wrong with the certificate for this website? Anyways, let's back off. It's an open source project for embedding operating systems based on Linux, primarily used on embedded devices to route network traffic. Oh, interesting. So you can use this to get all the traffic from your phone and potentially find out if it's sending any weird stuff around. That's some pretty cool stuff. Okay. All right, so we've got these databases over here. We probably want to access the user's database. So we're going to specify, was it --database? Was it -d? It's -d, right? -d users, and we want to find all the tables. Okay, so we've only got one table in this case. So we've got our usarios table. So we're going to specify the table usarios, and we're going to get the column. Actually, from here we can probably just dump the table. Okay, so we've got 3 users. Oh man, so we've got Joe over here. So Joe's password is my key is unhackable. I think, or at least I think that's what it says. Mi claves es inhackable. So clavo, that's a key, right? Let me double check with Google Translate. My password is, oh, okay, my password is unhackable. Okay, let's go ahead and try logging in as Joe using SSH. So we're just going to SSH as Joe at 172.17.02. Okay, so this is the problem with all of these SSH servers on the same IP address. We have to clear out our known host file, otherwise if you try to set the same IP address for different hosts, it'll give us this warning over here that tells us that we might be subject to a man-in-the-middle attack. Anyways. So GradXT says, boxes from here are Dora the Cyber Explorer. Are you talking about in Espanol? Yeah, maybe. Well, how do you say that in Espanol? Anyways, let's do SSH keygen. We can just use this command right here. There you go. And that'll get rid of the entry. Whoa. Yeah, that'll get rid of the entry for 172.17.02. So from here we can run the command again, and we can log in with the unhackable password. Where was it? Darn it, where was it? Let me just copy it from a, yeah, mi clava es inhackable. Okay, so let's paste in that password. Okay, so did I copy mi clava es inhackable? Okay, let's try logging in as Joe again. So Joe's password is this, right? No? No, it is not that one? Oh, interesting. Let's try the other two users. So there's Santiago, and there's Lucas. So let's try logging in as Santiago. Okay, that's not Santiago's password. The other user was Lucas. So so that's not Lucas's password. Is the password this? Okay, so let's try Santiago again. And we'll try the other two passwords. So we'll try this password. And we'll try this password. Okay. You know what? Just to make sure that I'm not totally totally out to lunch here, I'm gonna create a little users file. So users.txt. We're just gonna use these users here. Make sure that there's no weird formatting stuff. Okay, so this is users, and let's make another one for password. So pass.txt, and let's just get the passwords here. Okay, so now let's use a password brute forcing program like Hydra. So let's go to the brute force tab because we're using, need to make sure to use the right tabs. Okay, so Hydra, and we're going to use a usernames list. We're going to use a password list. The password list is going to be, what's it called? Pass.txt. We might as well give it 16 threads, not too many. So this isn't going to take very long. There are not very many combinations. So it wasn't able to brute force the password. So either those passwords are not used anywhere, or I'm just using them in the wrong place. So what else could we take a look at here? So there's a login home index.php, db.php, login page. Hex. Are you saying that the numbers could be hex? Not sure. Actually, you know what? We should probably try logging into the web application. Yeah. That's a good point. Helpful Husky. I'm gonna try that out. So let's take a look at the passwords. And I'll try logging in using Joe with this password here and see if it unlocks anything additional. Okay, so login page. So we're going to log in as Joe, and we're going to use this password. Oh, okay. We got an administration panel. We got Python commands. Wow. This means, well, print HackerFrogs rule. Okay. Type command in Python, yeah. What can we do with this? So obviously we want to enumerate the... Actually, wait, maybe we can try to get a reverse shell. So there are all sorts of reverse shells we can do inside of Python. Let's see if we can set one up. So where is our shell access? Hold on. Wait, did I? I need to create another tab. Okay. Call this one shell access. Rename the thing. Or, sorry, recolor the thing. And then we will do netcat and set up our listening device on port 443. Grout says RCE is a service. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we've got our listener over here, and we just need to get our Python command. That'll give us reverse shell access. So let's go ahead and look this up over at RevShells. So RevShells is a great little website where you can craft reverse shell payloads. 72.17.01. I'm pretty sure this is my IP address on this network. So if you wanted to make sure, you can use the IPA command to take a look and see what IP address you are using for the Docker network. So on the Docker network, our IP address is #1, and we need to use this with RevShells over here. We're looking for a Python command. So Python. So export our host, blah blah blah. Okay. Spawn a bash shell? Sure. Sounds like a lot of fun. Let me copy that. Then we're going to go over to the web application. We're going to paste in our Python code, execute the command. Did that give us a reverse shell? No, it did not. Okay. So what should we do? How can we get Python to just run system commands? So GradXC says it's a Python reverse shell in the context of the bash shell. No one uses web shell directory in Kali. Import OS. Oh, okay. So it's import OS. What is the function? Import OS. Hold on. Let me just look this up. Python OS module functions. Okay. Environ. Okay, so website web shell is great. Yeah, it would be. You know what? Let's just ask the AI. We want to use Python's OS module to run Linux system commands. For example, how we do this with the who am I command. Okay, so OS system, right? Okay, it's os.system. All right, let's do it. Somehow I knew that, but I just forgot. So let's see. So the command is going to be import os.system. Who am I? Okay, let's try this out. Cybernerd Dante, good evening, hackers. Good evening, Cybernerd Dante. Why don't you have a hack the planet? Here you go. Nice to see you.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so we got it. So we're www.data. So what else can we do here? So basically we can run any command we want through the OS system here. Let's do a little bit of reconnaissance. So do we have BusyBox? Which BusyBox? No, we don't have BusyBox. Okay. How about Netcat? Which Netcat? We do not have Netcat. Let's see. Scheduler may have OS access. So the issue here is that we're dealing with Docker containers, and Docker containers notoriously have very few commands outside of the ones that they need to run whatever specialized process that they're doing. So in these cases, we don't have a lot of options at our disposal. So do we have Perl? We do have Perl. So we could potentially get some sort of Perl reverse shell connection. So maybe we can look this up on rev shells. So we got Perl. Okay, so we got a Perl command. Oh man, there's a lot of special characters in here. But we can give it a try. So the problem here is that I'm going to be juggling a bunch of single quotes and double quotes, and that might be a little bit tough. Let's see, Helpfulowski says, potentially write a PHP web shell into the directory. PHP web shell, yeah, that's true. There is PHP running on the system. Or we could just upload the PHP reverse shell, yeah. Since you have access to the command line, could you use the small bash rev shell that's in rev shells? So I think uploading a PHP reverse shell is probably the best way to do this. Let me, so what directory are we in? So we're in HTML login page, right? Sorry. Man, what was it again? Import os.system. Let me just copy this. LSLA. So we can't write to this directory. Oh, you know what? We can also okay. Can we write to the other directory? So let's do lsla ... What's in db dot? Maybe the MySQL creds. Yeah, probably. Okay, let's. We got assets. We can't. This is login page. Index.html. So this is the web root. The problem here is that we don't have write access. It's owned by root. We don't have write access. So we might not. Do we not own this directory? This login page directory? I mean, it kind of. We own this directory, right? So we own this directory. We should be able to write something to it. Found a list of injections. I appreciate that. Anybody here's they're free to put links in the chat as well. There's no restriction against posting links on this channel. Hey Defus, hello. Hey, just copy everything in between the single quotes from Python 3 number 2 on revshell.com. Let's see. So revshell.com. In between the single quotes. The single quotes. Where are we? Revshell. Python 2. Why Python 2? In between the single quotes. Here. Ah, okay. Python 3 number 2. Python 3 number 2. Oh, wait. It's the same thing. I think it's the same thing. The only difference is one's Python 3 versus Python 2. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch. When the ads run on Twitch, we do the same on YouTube. And let's go ahead and look at some birds. Here you go. We'll be back in about a minute. I just need to take a little water break. Enjoy the birds and enjoy the music. We'll be back in a little bit. Bird fight, yeah, those birds, sometimes they can share okay. Actually, young birds, juvenile birds, they can share okay. Adult birds do not share very well. But I guess juvenile birds are used to sharing food because they have to share food when they're in the nest and stuff. But I don't know, for some reason, adult birds, they become very unfriendly. Anyways, let's go ahead and put the birds away. Continue on with our hacking journey. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this command here. So we're gonna wrap this up in our shell here. It's import os.system, just like this. Actually, I think we should import socket back here as well. So import os socket, and then get rid of the import socket here. Or is that going to work? No os.system. No os.system. Let's see. Python 3 tells basically tells bash. Oh, we don't need OS system in this case. Hold on. Sorry. Let's get rid of everything here. Okay. Run. It's working. Okay. Let's take a look at what happened in our reverse shell. We got a connection on our reverse shell. Just leave it as it is. Yeah. I was overthinking it. Thank you very much, Defus. Thank you. Rogue says, I don't know if it matters, but IP is .1 and not .2. .when and not .2. Yeah. In this case, we want to have it connect to our attacker machine, and the attacker machine is on .1. So the victim machine is on .2. And that's why we got our connection back. Okay, so who are we? We are the www data, and that means we can call on the almighty scary hacker voice man. So scary hacker voice man, where are you?
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Showtime Administrator, it looks like you had a series of security problems. First of all, you decided it would be okay to deploy insecure code that was vulnerable to SQL injection. Huh? Well, that was a big mistake. We used that SQL injection to dump out the database, and in the database were the credentials for the administrator user. Who thought it would be an okay idea to have an administrator panel that runs Python code? You did, apparently. Well, we used this Python code to run remote code execution on your machine, and then we got reverse shell access. Maybe you knew about these vulnerabilities, or maybe it would be an acceptable risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Divus Modernus says, I haven't found the privesc yet. Let's see what you can find. Yeah, okay, let's go ahead and do some privilege escalation. So, what do we want to do here? Okay, so first of all, I want to get a better shell. To get a better shell, I can back out of here. Actually, wait. We're gonna have to use the script command, yeah, because there's no... Actually, there's Python on here. Which Python 3? This Python 3, yeah. Okay, so we're just gonna get out of the oh, wait. We need to upgrade our shell slightly by using Python. So we're gonna use this Python 3 command. So import pty.spawn bin bash. And now we have a slightly better shell. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're just going to get out of here. We're going to use STTY to get our terminal settings over here. Rows 27, columns 111. Okay. We're going to STTY raw minus echo to echo out all the terminal stuff. We're going to foreground. We're going to export shell equals bash. Export term equals, what was it? Xterm 256-color. And then we're going to set STTY rows 27, columns 111. What? Oh, okay. Export term equals xterm dash 256 color, like this. Okay, we did it. Thank you. Defus has got it. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead. Yeah, so now we can do terminal text editors. There's no nano, of course. Is there a vi? Is there a vim? Nope, there's none of these things. Oh no. We can clear the screen at least. Okay, let's figure out if there's any. There's probably no sudo. Well, we would need the password. So I guess there is a sudo, but we don't have a password. Okay, so I guess the first thing we could do is we could start taking a look at the home directories. So the home directories, it doesn't look like we can read anything. We can't enter those directories. But there's a Joe, there's a Luciano, and there's an Ubuntu. What else can we look for here? We can take a look and see if there's any etc. cron tab. No, there's no cron tab, so there's no. I don't know if there's any cron jobs running. Let's take a look at running processes with psaux. So it looks like we're running something in the temp directory called tempscript.py. So this is probably a big clue, because otherwise. Oh, and but the www data user is running this. What about the root user? There's MySQL running as well. The server is being root is running it. Okay, so let's take a look at this temporary script. So temp directory. We've got temp script. Let's read it. Oh, okay. I created this temp script when I did the reverse shell. Silly me. Okay, let's move into let's take a look at the db.php file. So var www html. So login page. So the admin panel, there's db.php cat. Okay, so we got casino with this password here, users. So casino is the name of the database. Wait. Casino is the name of the user. Casino is the name of the user. And users is the name of the... I'm not too sure. So this is a localhost connection. We've also have home.php and index.php, auth.php, admin panel. So can we log into MySQL user casino? So it'd be MySQL user casino to 127.0.0.1 with this password. Cannot connect to local MySQL server through socket. Am I using the wrong syntax? Okay, I need some syntax. MySQL Linux syntax. Oh, we need a host. Okay. Surovi, thank you. Thank you very much for that. Piece of info. Access denied for casino at localhost using password no. Using password no. Do I need to do -p for password? Yeah. Okay. Enter password. We know that this is the password. Thank you very much, Surovi. Okay, we're in MySQL. So show databases. So there's just a users table. There's just a users database. Use users. Show tables. Select star from usuarios. Okay, so this doesn't help. This is the same database that we got access to with the SQL map. So Joe is in here, and Mi Clava is in Hackable. We've used this already. Okay, so what can we do here? So we've got Lucas, Santiago, and Joe. I guess one thing we could do in the background is we could try brute forcing their passwords using a tool like, what is the tool called? The tool is called SuForce. Yeah. So this is a little tool that I got introduced to by doing the Volnix machines, and it's basically a little brute forcing script that abuses the SU binary. So I'm just going to copy it, and then I'm going to create my own version of it on this box. Let's just exit. Let's go over to the temporary directory, and let's create this file. It's called SuForce. Oh, there's no nano. Oh no! Is there wget? Which wget? There is wget, so we can download it from our system. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to create the script over here. And then we can host this with Python. So we're just going to use Python, the Python HTTP server module to host this file, and we're going to download it from here using wget. So wget HTTP our attacker machine address, and yeah, we've downloaded it. Okay, we need to make the thing executable, and my guess is that which users were on the system. So there's Joe, Luciano, and Ubuntu. So one of these users might be brute forceable. Let's try Joe first. Actually, we could try all these users at the same time. So how do we run this? SuForce. Okay, so we're not going to use rocku.txt. It seems a bit excessive. I'm just going to transfer over a file that is the first 3,000 lines of rocky.txt, and we're going to use that as our brute forcing list. So let's go ahead and create that. So let's see, head 3000, user share wordless rock.txt, and we're gonna turn that into rock 3000.txt. Okay, so we got the first 3000 lines of rocky.txt in here, hopefully. Yeah, okay. And let's go ahead and serve that file. Okay, and then we can download that file using wget. Rock 3000.txt. Okay. So it is user and word list. So suforce user is going to be Joe, word list rock 3000.txt. I'm going to redirect that into a file called sfjoe.txt, and run that as a background process. We're going to do the same thing, but we're going to do it for Luciano. How do you spell that? Luciano. I gotta make sure that that is the correct man. I can't check right now. Okay, so we're gonna try it with Luciano, and the last one is Ubuntu. Okay, so we've got our brute forcing running in the background now. Let's go ahead and take a look at SUID binaries. So we do find. Okay, so are any of these unusual SUID binaries? You know what? I'm just gonna throw these into the AI, because sometimes I have problems identifying which ones are vulnerable and which ones are not. So, are any of these SUID binaries unusual? Okay. This is the proper use of AI. At least I think so. Okay, so expected normal SUID binaries. Sure. Yes. Oh, okay. So U-mount? Unusual, potentially risky. I've seen U-mount before. I'm pretty sure this is not vulnerable. So just in case, I'm gonna check for U-mount on GTFO bins. I'm pretty sure it's safe. So we're just gonna look for U-mount. Yeah, this is not one that can be abused. Okay, so another thing that we could do is we could start looking for passwords for particular users. Let's see. Let's just take a look at some of these. Okay, so we're still scanning here. We're probably still scanning with the Luciano one as well, and the Ubuntu one. Okay, so what are we gonna do? We're gonna start looking for strings. We're gonna do a really big grep, and we're gonna look for potential passwords for Joe or for Luciano. Joe might be a very common name in most Linux distributions, but the thing is that most of the extraneous documentation has been stripped out, so maybe looking for Joe as a string would be okay. Anyways, let's so grep R in the entire file system, we look for instances of the pattern Joe, and we redirect that into grepjoe.txt. We do that as a background process. Oh no, okay. Okay, I forgot to do the whole... So redirect into joe grep.txt, and then anything not allowed is in dev null. Okay, so that's fine. We do the same command. Oh, I can't see anything. We do it for Luciano, and we turn this into Luciano grep. Okay, so we got those running in the background as well. And if we find anything, it might be over here. So Joe grep. In the meantime, what else can we do? So let's see what else is being run on the box. What? What is this? Root is running su Luciano c who am I? What? What is this? And it's running the same thing for Ubuntu? What the heck? What the heck is going on? Why didn't I see these before? This is weird. GroudXT says, I think there's an option like -S for suppress errors. You mean for grep? Is that for... Yeah, that must be for grep, right? So what else is... Man, why is root running this stuff? Okay, what else is root running? Root is running the Apache server. But www.data is also running the Apache server. I guess we could also take a look at some capabilities. So do we have the getcap command? There's no getcap command. Okay, so suforce is finished on Luciano and Ubuntu. It's probably going to finish with Joe as well. So cat suforce for Joe. Password not found. Okay. For Luciano, also password not found. Okay. And Ubuntu. Password not found. That's fine. Let's see if there's any weird permissions on either the etc password file or the etc shadow file. So no unusual permissions there. Let me read the etc password file, just to make sure there's not anything weird going on. There's Joe, MySQL, Luciano, and the Ubuntu user. So what could the privilege escalation vector be? Wait, Why did we see the root user running some weird commands earlier, but we didn't see it? Okay, okay. You know what I really want to do? I really want to run the process spy program to see if there's any hidden cron jobs. So let me go ahead and download that program. So pspy, here we go. Okay, so pspy 64-bit. There's a smaller one, but might as well download the larger one. So this is a script that lets you look at potential cron jobs, even if you don't have privileged access. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that might be possible. It was running SU because it was a setuid binary, and I was brute forcing with it. That's a good catch. That's a good catch. But let me go ahead and download pspy 64, and let's try using it on the server. Getting a bunch of okay. So let's wget that thing. So it's pspy 64. Okay, that's not it. Let's put on some new music. Hope everybody likes Faster Than Light. Okay. What was the name of the file? The name of the file was pspy. Oh, it's lowercase. Alright. Let's do it. Okay, let's go ahead and make that executable. So let's run pspy 64, and we'll redirect that to a file called spy.txt. Run that as a background process as well. Okay, what do we got? I guess we should wait. So we're running grep-r, yeah, Luciano. So dev null this. Apache to start and service SSH start and service MySQL start. Huh, MySQL? No. MySQL isn't running as we check passwords from DB on system users? Yeah, we tried those. We did a little bit of we did a little brute forcing from the outside, but I guess maybe we should try doing some brute forcing from inside. It might be different. Let's see, we got ad break on Twitch, ad break on YouTube as well, and let's do another bird video. How about this one? Okay, just gonna have a little water break. We'll be back in about a minute or so. GreatXT says that bird is struggling. Well, I can't tell whether or not the bird is actually struggling with the peanut, or if it's just it can't tell whether or not it's a good peanut, because it usually shakes the peanuts around to try to figure out if the peanut is a good peanut. Yeah, and I think he comes back and he still has the same peanut in his mouth, and he's like, "What about this peanut?" Man. Okay, let's these birds are something else. Let's put the birds away. Okay, wow, we've got some good music going on now. So let's figure out, can you fill up all of the disk space? Can you fill up all the disk space? I don't know why I would want to, but what is so DU, right? DU permission denied. Ah, I can't do DU. Probably, but it would be hard to hack. True. Okay, let's see. Let's look at the grep stuff. So cat grep Joe. So it looks like there's nothing super interesting here for Joe. Let's try Luciano. What is it called? Grep. Oh, Luciano grep. I don't know why I called it Luciano grep. Anyways, what do we got? Nothing super important here. There's got to be log4j somewhere. I think if I'm not able to find anything pretty soon, I might fire up the automated script to try to look for vulnerabilities. So what is it called? It's called linpeas. Because I've already tried a lot of stuff. Let's take a look at spy.txt. So looks like there are no automated scripts running. Let's check in the op directory. If there's something in the op directory, I'd be very mad. Because it's one of those places where you can usually find some privilege escalation stuff. Okay. What else? What else can we look at? There's no netstat. What's SS? SS, no SS command found. I want to take a look at the SSH configuration. So cat, where is the SSH configuration file found? Linux. SU brute force. I wonder what would the SU Joe. Yeah, that was the SU brute forcing thing. Okay, SSH config, etc. SSH config. Okay, let's try taking a look at this. Let's see if there's anything unusual here. So doesn't look like there's anything unusual in this SSH config file either. Okay, time to fire up linpeas, because I'd like to wrap this up before I have to end the stream. Okay, linpeas. Let's see. Imagine if the user's private keys were readable by all, tying it back to Bandit CTF. The home directories are locked down, as far as I know. I don't think I can enter these directories. Yeah. But actually, you know what? It would be in... What would it be? It would be cat home joe .ssh/idrsa, right? But I can't access the Joe directory. What about Luciano? Nope, can't access the Luciano directory either. Let's take a look at the Luciano grep again. No, nothing here. How about the Joe one? Yeah, nothing here. User Joe logs in at 7 p.m., writes a small... What? What? What is this file here? Group.conf. Oh, these are examples. Okay. Alright. Anyways, what we were downloading linpeas. Okay, linpeas. Where is my releases? Here we go. Actually, I think I've got this in I have this in my downloads directory. Hold on. Let's see. I've got linpeas fat over here. Linpeas chunky. So let's copy it over here. Copy linpeas to this directory, and then let's upload it. This temporary directory is getting full. And what is the name of the file again? It is linpeas fat. Okay, and let's make it executable. So, Defus, if you're out there and you've already rooted the box, let me know, because I know we were kind of racing against each other. Let's run linpeas. Linpeas. Still no clue. Okay, maybe linpeas will give us the advantage here. What is it? Okay, so the interesting thing about linpeas is that you have to learn how to parse the information, otherwise it's not going to be very useful. You have to pay attention to colors. So you need to really pay attention to these red and yellow ones, and we need to pay attention to red text as well. So let's take a look at what's going on. Nothing jumps out to us immediately. Let's see, out of bounds. Well, we've got Linux exploit suggestors. We don't like to do kernel exploits unless there's nothing else that we can look at, because kernel exploits are kind of cheap. Rootless Docker, no. Virtual machine, yes. Okay, what else do we have? So getcap, wasn't able to find any interesting stuff. Am I containerized? Okay, so what else here? Root is running a bunch of stuff. Apache 2, Apache 2. Oh, wow. This is taking a while. Different processes executing during 1 minute. So we got stuck over here because we're still waiting for these processes to come back. So I guess we'll wait for a little bit. Okay, I guess we're done. Networking information. So one thing that might be a privilege escalation vector in this case is the running version of the running, like, what is it called? MySQL. And MySQL can sometimes be used as a privilege escalation vector, but usually when it's being run as the root user. I don't think it is in this case. My user, users with console, Joe, Luciano, root, Ubuntu. Just leave a crypto miner running. Yeah, well, no. Let's not advocate for that. That is a no-no. That's a no-no thing. Yeah. Anyways, actually, if we were part of some special group, it would tell us here. We're not in a special group, I'm pretty sure. Brute forcing user root. Okay, so it tries brute forcing as well if you run it with the all. His own system. Yeah, I could brute force my own system, of course. Let's see. Upgrading Jeff says, curious, what's your day job? You're a super... Thank you for the compliment. I don't think of myself as a super smart person. I'm just a person who's trying to share cybersecurity knowledge. I used to work as a web app pen tester, but I don't work as a web app pen tester. I didn't work for very long as a web app pen tester. I worked for about half a year, and then I decided that I wanted to do education. So I'm a web app. No. I'm a cybersecurity education content creator. CFG just said, I'm trying to de-escalate. Yes, let's de-escalate by leaving the crypto miners running. No worries. But yeah, no worries. And welcome to the stream, Upgrading Jeff. Nice to see you here. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about it's a Unix system?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
You know, would you would you ever suspect that there would be a major blockbuster movie that gets super excited about Unix systems? That is the only one. I'm pretty sure that's the only movie that gets all excited about Unix systems. Okay, so brute forcing users over here, hackers. You know what? Maybe yeah. I don't know if they screamed out the word Unix system or not. The only other piece of media that I know that where they get all excited about Unix or Linux is Mr. Robot. I think in the first episode of Mr. Robot, Elliot talks to the bad guy, and the bad guy, I don't remember what his name is, but he talks about like using some version of Linux, and it was kind of a weird moment. I can't remember the name of him. Tyrell, I think. The SGI system featured is in fact a Unix-based system. SGI system, are you talking about Jurassic Park? And the program is real. The program is real. I'm surprised about that one. Whoa. Hold on. Okay, so we did our brute forcing, okay? And then... yeah, Jurassic Park. That's surprising. I'm surprising that the program that they featured was an actual program, because it felt like it looked like some intentionally created like CGI stuff. Okay, sites enabled. php.ini, okay. Debian CNF. Antitrust and Matrix Reloaded mention Unix or Linux. Matrix Reloaded. I know in the original Matrix they made mention to the Nmap program. They didn't. I don't know if they necessarily talked about the operating system, but they did run some Nmap stuff in the original Matrix movie. DBase, LDAP, keyrings, profile. Files with interesting permissions. SUID, check for easy privilege. I don't think that's the case. Check if pseudo version is vulnerable. Oh, you know what? You know what we haven't tried? We haven't tried reusing passwords for the www data, www user. So we could try the passwords for. Yeah, actually, I'm going to try that next. So as soon as we get done here, I'm going to try... Let's see, password secret. Password secret. Interesting. Okay, so sudo l. So the password for this user. Let's try the other passwords we know. So the other passwords we know. Mi clava es inhackable. Let's try this. Nope, it's not this one. Okay, let's try another one. Let's try this one. Okay, and we've got one more, which is this one. Okay, so didn't do it. Let's try the secret as a password. So secret. Nope, not that either. Man, I'm Okay, so let's see. Gemini, let's see, it's a file browser demo. Oh, it's a file browser demo, and SGI are 3D graphics machines. That's interesting. I think that would have been really useful for getting people who didn't understand computers to understand what is going on in the file system. Yeah. Okay, so what else? Let's get out of here. Let's do another grep for www data. So grep r, and we're going to look for the pattern www data. And so redirected dev null. What was it? No. Redirect this into. Actually, I should probably put www data inside some quotes because there's a special character there. Redirect this to www data grep. I should put this in quotes too. Actually, you know what? This, I'm just going to do it like that. So something tells me that we might get some good stuff if we were able to get the password for www data. Oh, okay. It really wants to not pay attention. Let's see, joke rep. Nope, not Joe grep. How about Luciano grep? Luciano grep, no. Oh man, how the heck are we doing this? Okay, let's look for some more clues in the web directory here. So we got JS, we got login page, we can add index.html. We can read everything in index.html. GroutXT, what could you do if you get the www password if you're already logged in, like if web is a sudo word? So this, I've seen this before. I've seen it where www data had sudo access to something, and it was only after you got the www data user's password that we could determine that. So yeah, I've encountered it before, so that's why I'm not ruling it out. Upgrading Jeff says, I started watching with my son over the summer. When you did the BGH seminar? At the time, we could not always be live. We were watching at 1.5 speed, 2x speed. I thought that was your voice. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did do like a few different BGH seminars. Yeah. But glad to... I think I've seen you commenting on my YouTube videos before, Upgrading Jeff. But glad to see you here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Let's see, what else do we have here? So there's the login page as well. And let's just take a look at the admin panel. And the admin panel, we've got some Python, right? It posts to adminpanel.php. Okay. So adminpanel.php probably has some PHP code that runs the web shell. Yeah, this is the web shell. Okay. So let's see. Verify user Joe. Upgrading Jeff says, this is currently way above my level. It's just so interesting to see someone not melting down looking at this. So far, no smash therapy for you. It tells me you got the gift. Well, listen. This is not being able to get the answer after working on something for an hour or so. It's always a bit frustrating. I'm not the type of person who starts smashing things or throwing things. But trust me, I am starting to lose a little bit of patience. Anyways, admin panel, okay, auth.php. Luisine says, opinion on having Linux as primary OS. Yeah, you can definitely use Linux as your primary OS as long as you don't care about gaming, or you care very little about gaming, because there are very good there are very few games available for Linux. Also, you if you're okay with being limited in the applications you can run on your machine, then Linux is not a bad choice. But especially if you enjoy gaming, then it's hard to use Linux exclusively. Okay, so wait, MySQL Connect root. Okay, so we can actually get access to the root user. But GroundXT says, Reseen says, yeah, no gaming on it. GroundXT says 90% compatibility under Proton. Anti-cheat is a nope. Anti-cheat is a nope. So, Defus found the solution. OMG, it's kind of stupid. You won't find a solution by digging around as long as you've found the hidden file. Hidden file? Man, can somebody recommend a good laptop, please? Good laptop. Good laptop. I wouldn't recommend any particular laptop. I would say that CFG says Windows comes with both Android and Linux built in. WSA is still a thing. So CFG, you're recommending using you're recommending using what is it? Windows. You're recommending using Windows and using stuff like Windows Subsystem for Linux, right? Defus Moderna says you already found it, didn't you? I don't know if I found it yet or not, but I don't know if I found any hidden files. There's a database. What was it? Database.php. So CFG is correct. If you use Windows as your base system, it is more flexible. It says hidden in the name. Hidden in the name. Hidden in the name. Ah, geez. But yeah, if you're able to afford a lot of memory, then you can probably run Windows as your main operating system. Because the problem with Windows is that it's a big memory hog. But if you can afford to buy a laptop with a lot of memory, it's not that much of an issue. You probably also want to buy a lot of memory with your laptop so you can start running some virtual machines. Because virtual machines, especially Windows virtual machines, they eat up memory for breakfast. We've seen asks, what kind of laptop do you have? You shouldn't ask me for laptop advice. I bought the most expensive laptop I could possibly buy. Let's see. Grout says, the best laptop is the cheapest laptop that's nice enough to remote desktop back home. Yeah, maybe. Upgrading Jeff says, do you prefer AMD or Intel? So I've been an AMD person my whole life. I don't know. It's not something I really think a lot about. It's just I've just preferred AMD chips and AMD like compatible stuff. Let's look at what Defus was referring to. So find the entire file system, name, hidden. There's just a file called hidden text hanging around in the temp directory? What? How did I miss that? How did I miss that? I'm serious, how did I miss that? Oh. Man, I am dumb. All this time while I was working in the temp directory, I never thought that I could look at hidden stuff. It's like a PicoCTF thing, almost. It's very similar to something they would do in PicoCTF. What is... So, okay, so this is a word list, right? So this might be just a... I mean, I'm guessing this is a word list. That's my favorite. That's my first... This is my first, That's my first instinct right here. That this would be a password list, right? So what I would do is I would just try to run... I would run suforce again. So suforce... What was it? Joe word list dot hidden. Oh, what is it called again? Oh, Martin? Where did this come from? This is my list of favorite GTA San Andreas? What? What is this? Now the stupid part begins. Yeah? Okay. Well, let's take a look. Martin, this is a list of my favorite GTA SA cheats. Okay. So... This is where the dumb part begins, huh? Okay. Well, favorite cheats. I'm guessing that this could be like a password list. So what is this list called? Hidden text. Okay, so let's try running it with Joe. This, I'm just gonna run it at normal speed, and because it's not a very long list. Okay, so password not found. Sure, that was Joe. Let's try Luciano. So this is not going to be okay. It's not Luciano. The next user is Ubuntu, right? Okay, it's not Ubuntu. Is it root? Is it the root user? If it's the root user, then this is really dumb. But maybe it is really dumb. Okay, so it's not that. Would you be able to grep the list? Maybe they installed the cheats. Maybe they installed the cheats. Maybe they installed the cheats. Okay, so there's also Martin, right? Maybe Martin is one of the passwords. Actually, wait. Can we... maybe it's the www data user. What game are the cheats for? It's for GTA San Andreas. So GTA San Andreas. I don't know. Martin, this is a list of my favorite cheats in GTA. What if the password is based on the game title? What if the password is based on the game channel? That would be really... Maybe Martin is the password. Martin? Okay, so let's try becoming root with Martin. No. Okay. How about Joe? Is Joe's password Martin? No. How about Luciano? Is their password Martin? Reminds me of DC music. Oh, Universe, for the music. Yeah, we seen this is FTL, Faster Than Light. It's a great little strategy game from 10 years ago. I think it came out in like 2012 or something like that. Okay, so let's become the Ubuntu user. Okay, so the stupid... if this is really dumb, let's try checking out... Let's see. GTA... SA... password? Okay, so these are the PC... cheats. Oh, okay. This is listed as cheats. Oh, Jesus. Okay. So these are... Man, what do we do with this? I'm pretty sure they don't have all of the cheats on here, though. You have everything you need, no more digging around anymore. I have everything I need, okay. Well, I mean, what else could this be? There are no... Are these passwords? Are these usernames? We've already tried using the... we tried logging in as... Actually, we didn't try... we tried logging in as root already. Reversing or transforming the password list. That seems a little bit excessive for an easy level challenge like this. Or lowercase. Oh, okay. Yeah, right, because passwords are usually not all in uppercase. Yeah, that seems stupid. Okay, so how do we... There's a tool, right? For converting uppercase to lowercase. Oh, yeah, we can use the tr command, right? Let's see, cat.hidden file, pipe it into tr, A to Z, to A to Z. That's how you do it, right? Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna call this lowercase list, lowercase.txt. Okay, so now that we've done that, we can try using the suforce thing again, but we're gonna use it with lowercase.txt. So first is the www data user, then next is the root user, Deefus, if you tell me what exactly is going on, am I gonna start shouting? Am I gonna start waving my hands around and shouting about how this is really dumb? Okay, so Luciano. And then after Luciano, we do Joe. And then Ubuntu. Fizz, hello, nice to see you here. And welcome. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Okay, wow, we got it. We got it. We got Joe's password. Wow, that was dumb. It wasn't something silly like using cashcat rules, but it was lowercase. So yeah. Lowercase for the win, right? Fizz, hello, nice to see you here. And let's celebrate a little bit because we got somewhere. What else? Let's see. We do all the things. What am I watching exactly? I'll tell you in just a bit.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Lowercase is a rule you can do in Hashcat. Oh, okay. I haven't really done much with I had this hidden password list for more than an hour before realizing. Well, I mean, you did better than me. I didn't even find the hidden password list. 'Cause you know what? I think LinPs should give you hidden files that are owned by root. I think that's one of the things that they should give it to. They should give you. Fizz says, what exactly am I watching? So we're currently trying to hack this server here. This is of course this is all simulated. This is not a real this is all for educational purposes. We're just trying to figure out how to become the super user on this on the server here, we just found a password for another user, and then we're going to move into this user's home directory to figure out what's going on. I think you overlooked the file in linps. Maybe. If it's in there, then I'm kind of disappointed in myself. Okay, so it looks like there's nothing in here, which means that probably Joe has some sort of pseudo permission. Okay. They can become Luciano with no password with the posh bin. I've never heard of this. Is this a custom binary? What? What is this shell? POSH? PO shell? Okay. Let's look this up. I've never heard of this. Is PoshShell PowerShell for Linux? You know what? I'm gonna find out. So let's see if it exists on... Okay, it exists on GTFO bins. So this is a legitimate binary. Okay. So just sudo posh, right? This is a shell program. It's a different type of shell program. So we can just sudo posh to assume the identity of the Luciano user. So sudo posh. Oh no, we have to use it as Luciano, right? So sudo posh, we have to specify the user as Luciano. Okay, so now we're Luciano. So let's go into Luciano's home directory. Oh, I don't like this. Let's open a bash shell. Okay. Let's see. Defa says you have to take specific care on uncommon files listing in linps. It's pretty far down and easy to overlook when there are just 1 or 2 entries. It's not marked red. So if it's not marked red, I probably wouldn't pay attention to it. But that's something to learn. That is something to learn. Pay more attention. So let's move into home Luciano. Now that we're Luciano. So Luciano can run as root with no password, bin bash with the script.sh. So script.sh is my file, which means that we can put whatever we want in script.sh, and this is how we become the root user. So if we cat script.sh, okay. So all we need to do is add a bash at the end of this. So echo, actually, yeah, so echo bash, and then we can add this to script.sh. And the next time this script is run with sudo, we become the root user. So sudo this, sudo this, wait, why didn't I become why didn't I become the root user? Did something go wrong? Oh, is it because I don't have write permissions? It might be because I don't have write permissions. Let's see, what? So the reverse shell is going to time out. Did my reverse shell time out? Okay, so script.sh is not executable. It's not executable, first of all. So chmod, let's just make it chmod 777 script.sh. That means it's going to have all the permissions. So now that this is executable, CFG says, I once ran a keygen on a completely clean Windows SSD. Later, when I installed an antivirus, I inverted my mouse and made the back and forward buttons open Windows Media Player, keyboard shortcut, and calculator, and a bunch of keybinds. On any other machine, it was the same. Other mice worked fine. Any idea how? GradXC says, don't run keygens. It was a few months ago, updated and all. Interesting. Okay, so we just made everything writable and readable. Let's cat script.sh. Yeah, bash is in there. I don't understand why it didn't work. Let's run the sudo command again. Yeah, it doesn't work. That's weird. Didn't expect to lose a mouse though. That's I can't say exactly why that happened. It's not really something I experiment with. And you know what? We could do some reverse engineering on that keygen. This is probably something. Isn't there a command to add at the beginning of the file? Is there? Okay, so what does this do? What does this do? Bash. So there's an IP address and there's a port. exec 5. You need a listener on this port, on port 4444. Port 4444. Wait. Well, I mean, I can just edit this now, right? But there's no editor on here. There's no vi, there's no vim. There's no... It's a bash reverse shell. So there's nothing... I can't edit the file, though. How can I... Okay. So... No, there's no... There are no text editors on here. So I would probably need to replace this using some fancy techniques like awk. Oh, right. We can just rewrite... Yeah, we can just overwrite this. But you know what? I just want this to... Okay. Echo... shebang bin bash. Oops. Echo bash shebang bin bash to script.sh. Then echo bin bash to script.sh. Maybe with -p. Yeah, okay. Oh, hold on. So echo this, and then echo bin -p. Sudo all this stuff. Boom. Boom. Okay. Alright. Squidden Squidden car busier? I'm not too sure, but thank you very much for everybody's help with finishing this box. So who are we? We are root, which means we gotta do this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Alright, we managed to root the system. Whoa, what? What are we doing here? Let's take a look at the script.sh file again. So yeah, we just overwrote the file, and instead of whatever reverse shell which was in there, we just did bin bash to give us a shell. So we can move into the root directory, and we can do all of... there's some MySQL stuff here. But yeah, but this was an interesting box. We certainly got to do all of our enumeration stuff, but let's okay, this is what we're gonna do because there's no flag file in here. Yeah, right. LSLA in the temp directory would have given us a lot of good info. Sometimes you forget the basic stuff. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna write up our little graffiti file. So echo into graffiti.txt. We're gonna leave our mark. HackerFrogs rule, and what else? Hey, brother. Please don't. Please do not. Please do not leave your password lying around in a hidden file in the temp directory. And also, do not give sudo permissions to run script files that are writable by the file owner. Thanks for all the interesting interactions on this box. Signed, the Shy Hat. Okay. Let's see. CFG says, I'd still hack you with almost 20 people. Add add evil C Corp, add CEO Corp, evil CEO Corp as a user. Delete everything. I could delete everything, but you know what? We're gonna try to be nice. Oreobite says, stepped away to make food. Now I'm back. How's Hacks doing? We just finished this box. But yeah, thank you everybody for showing up and helping out with the box over here. So let's take a look at graffiti.txt. HackerFrogs rule, hey brother, do not leave your password lying around in a hidden file in the temp directory. Also, do not give sudo permissions to run script files that are writable by the file owner. Thanks. Okay. Deefus says, have you done the Volnet rooms on THM yet? Volnet? I think I've done one. I think I've done one or two. Let's take a look at tryacme.com. I've got I have a paid membership for the next month on tryhackme.com, but I'm not too sure what the good modules are. What's in the box? What discount? I'm already... No. Get me out of here. Such a polite hacker. Well, you know, somebody's got to be nice. If you can't be nice when you're in a position to be nice, you know, when can you be nice? Anyways, what's it? Well, what are the rooms called? They're called the Volnet. Okay, search for them. Volnet. Oh, we're looking for rooms. Okay, so there are quite a few of them. So volnet.jar active. So I've done this one roasted, and I was doing node. Oh, they've got an Active Directory one too. Volnet active. Huh. I might want to do one of these for Oreobyte says you could do the red team path and cover evasion stuff if you want before your sub is up and other path modules. Defus says, I'm currently doing the offensive pen testing path on THM. Active Directory is where I am. It's a hefty one. Yeah. There's a lot more stuff at TryHackMe, especially if you've got a subscription. So let's do Active Directory. So let's see. And I think there's a learning path, right? Learning path, red teaming, CompTIA, red teaming, okay. Learn the skills needed to become a red team operator. Use diverse techniques for initial access. And it's a path, offensive pen testing. Okay, let's take a look. So learning path, we'll call it offensive pen testing. Utilize industry standard tools. Learn realistic attack scenarios. Train in offensive security. Supporting exercises and resources. Huh, it looks like I've done half of the rooms in here. Let's see what I haven't done. Okay, so I've done a bunch of these. Overflow stuff, okay. Active Directory. So you're doing this section right here, Divas. Is that what you're doing? Active Directory basics, enumerating Active Directory, lateral moving. Okay. And then we got PowerShell stuff. Ah, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of Active Directory stuff in here. Okay, so So let's talk a little bit about what we're going to be doing for the rest of the week, and then we'll do a little wrap up. So let's see, we've got our schedule over here. Diva says, I'm persisting now. It's like 3 or 4 hours per room if you take notes. Yeah, and if you're not taking notes, then you're not doing it right, because if you don't document something, did you really do it? Okay, so we're done with Monday. Next stream is going to be on Wednesday. What are we going to be doing? We're going to be doing some binary hacking stuff. So this is the second session. We're going to be taking a look at return to win challenges. These are basically challenges where you have to redirect the program flow to a win function, and that's how you do it. This isn't super realistic, but when we're learning about binary hacking, we have to cover our bases as far as the type of challenges that we're going to see. Bandit says ret2libc. We're not exactly there yet, but we are going to be returning to a win scenario. Okay, ads on Twitch, ads on YouTube, and we didn't do our bird bath. My favorite video. So here's my favorite video. These are the baby birds. They are having a bath and drinking some water. It is awesome. Okay, we're going to be back in about a minute, but enjoy the birds and enjoy the music. So Bandit says it's basically the concept. Yeah, that is the basic concept. We need to redirect the program flow into doing something that we want. Yeah. Difa says, I feel like I'm so bad at Windows compared to Linux, even though I've spent my entire life on Windows and maybe 10% on Linux. But yeah, here's the thing. I think I'm much better at hacking Linux as well, even though I've been using Windows all my life basically. But Linux, I mean, you spend a lot of time learning about Linux when you do cybersecurity stuff and like pen testing stuff. Orabyte seems like I already did Vulnet Active, but I don't remember. Let's see. Diva says Windows security is so massively complex compared to Linux. Yeah, it does feel like that. But if you know yeah, I still don't know a lot of privilege escalation vectors as far as Windows is concerned. But yeah, what else are we doing on Wednesday? On Wednesday, we're also going to be doing the PicoCTF 2025 web challenges. So I want to get the PicoCTF 2025 demos done as soon as possible, so I can start uploading them on my YouTube channel. So we're going to be doing all sorts of PicoCTF demos this week for the 2025 event. The last thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing more over-the-wire NUTS. So levels 22 and above. Hopefully they're not all as painfully difficult as some of the other ones, but we're going to be doing that at the end of the stream. And on Friday, we're going to be doing a bit of Windows stuff, and we're going to be doing some C programming first. We're going to be taking a look at loops and conditionals on Codecademy. And Codecademy has a lot of free C programming stuff. I'm not too sure why. I guess it's because C programming is not as popular as stuff like C++ or C#. But yeah, there's stuff on there is free. And then we're going to be doing the binary hacking challenges over at PicoCTF 2025. I had a lot of fun with these binary hacking challenges for 2025. So look forward to that on Friday. All right, so let's see if we've got some fun streamers on InfoSec Streams. InfoSec Streams is a great resource for learning about InfoSec people who stream cybersecurity stuff. So we've got the BlatHack Network Operations Center. Not too sure what they're doing there. They're not regular InfoSec streamers. I'd rather give the raid to somebody who's directly in InfoSec or something related to it. Let's take a look at who's streaming on Twitch right now. Okay, so looks like we haven't rated a science stream in a while. So science streams, they do some science stuff. They do stuff with ants. They do all sorts of great science content. Let's take a look at what they're up to right now. So science. How do you spell that? Here we go. And it looks like they're doing some fun stuff. Okay, science streams. Microscopy Monday. Dire Wolves back. Okay, so it looks like they're doing some fun science stuff over here. Before we raid into them, let's do a fun shout out for all the great chatters today. So thank you very much for coming by. Defus, Maders Leben, Oreo Bite, Bandit, Upgrading Jeff, Squinton Carbizier, who else? Grout XT, and let's see, CFG, thank you for coming by. And if you want to be shouted out, you can type in chat right now. I'll shout you out. Fizz, thank you very much for coming by. And We Seen, thank you for coming by. Rogue, as well as everybody else. We'll be back on Wednesday, and we're going to be doing more hacking stuff, more PicoCTF, more of all that stuff. But until then, have a great rest of your week, and let's start the raid for Science Streams. Okay, so everybody, when you arrive on the Science Stream, please give this raid message: Frog, Hip, Hop, Hack, Frog, just like this. I would really appreciate it, and lets them know that that we're all coming from the same place. Thank you very much, and we'll see you next time.
We ain't bugging. We over here. You be shucking what we got. Now the tribes arrive. I promise that I have prescribed you vibes. The vibes we got are giant. Shout out to the stream for the raid. That's science.
Hop hack, gibbity hopping and look. Shy Hat, how was your stream, my friend? What were y'all doing today, guys? If you don't follow the Shy Hat does ethically sourced hacking. Never any Pentagon hacking, never anything naughty. Only the kindest of hacking materials does Dundalk happen on the Shy Hat stream. Raiders, welcome on in. Cyan Streams. My name is Mullen. 1/3 of Cyan Streams. The other 2/3 are my wife Lita and our daughter